All right, I think we're good there.
Welcome everybody to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and to night one of the 2025 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott. You can see this place has filled up in the shadow of Lambeau Field. We have an estimated 250,000 people who have come here tonight to watch all 32 National Football League teams have their shapes completely remade, as each of them has a selection in tonight's draft. At least as of now, we are expecting a great many trades along the way. Adam Schefter will be here with all of those. The fans are ready to go. The commission will be out here shortly. The players are ready to go. The National Football League draft is just about underway as the commissioner will put the Tennessee Titans on the clock in just a matter of moments. That's Lambeau Field. The green room is packed with players. You just heard Molly McGrath introducing you to several of those who are here. Cam Ward, expecting to hear his name first tonight, began his journey at the incarnate word, and tonight expected to be the first pick in the National Football League draft. A remarkable rise for that player who made the right decision a year ago when he almost came out. There's Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner, a superstar on offense, a superstar on defense, the sort of prospect the National Football League has not seen in decades. Can he become the new superstar? Of course, his teammate Shedeur Sanders is not here tonight. We don't know exactly when his name will be called. He has been the most talked about player leading up through this entire draft process.
And we are live. Hopefully I can hear people. I don't know. There we go. Everything is set up. Need to hit record there. I also need to see.
We bring you inside this draft theater. We are absolutely thrilled once again to bring you this magnificent event. It is our privilege.
So hopefully I can see people, and people will be popping in here soon.
It feels like football weather.
Man, as long as the Giants don't draft Shedeur Sanders, and if you're in here, let me know if the background is too loud or not. I kind of can't really tell. So let me know if the volume of the actual draft stream is too loud. I'll turn it down a little bit. Can I turn it?
What is the one you are most looking forward to hearing the answer to?
Hopefully that's good.
In the next few hours tonight?
Hopefully you can hear me. If you're here, let me know how loud it is.
Outstanding for 2 years at Colorado without getting a lot of help. Couldn't run the football, couldn't protect them, that he was accurate, he held up from a durability standpoint. He did it from with NFL conditions.
And if you're here, who do you want your favorite team to pick? I feel like the first three picks are probably going to be relatively chalk, so to speak. Like, I won't be that surprised. I'd imagine Travis Hunter, second overall, Giants, as long as it's not Shedeur. Patriots is where I think things get a little interesting, because everyone's been kind of saying, Will Campbell, will they go tight end, will they go running back? A little up in the air. What's up, I can't even pronounce it. Santino? What's going on? And the thing that'll be annoying is I think on the actual tracker, it is going to not update, or it's going to update faster than the actual live stream. So I'll see it here and then see it on the stream quicker. So, what's up, Connor?
And a little birdie whispered in my ear, we may see that tradition.
What's going on? Seahawks fan. What's up?
Makes his way to the stage. I see some bicycles.
How's it going? How's it going?
As the commissioner gets set to come out and welcome everyone here to the draft. And there he is. Roger Goodell.
Joined from post. What's going on, Ryan?
It is a tradition unlike any other.
I'm going to say hi to everybody.
Woo! From our friends at CBS.
Alex, what's up?
Out onto the stage to the usual chorus.
Got some, and we have 3 viewers on the YouTube. Did not even expect to get that many there. They're riding out on bikes.
I think I recognize that fellow in the back there. Packers super fan Lil Wayne is here on a bicycle.
All right. I think Isaiah's in here too. I don't I'm guessing, unfortunately, Isaiah's out. I don't think we'll see him tonight. Hopefully, he can make a guest appearance, whether it be via this stream, joint streaming, or he might join later. Potentially, it's up in the air. But who's getting booed already? It's Goodell.
To the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Cloud multi-streaming. Play together. There's a go live together.
With a population of 107,000. But we have over 125,000
Quick invites posted.
people here and still counting.
No, I don't want to do that. Your online friends, it doesn't show you live, or it doesn't show you. It doesn't allow me to click on you, Isaiah.
Small, but it's mighty.
It just shows a bunch of random
Thank you
people.
all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
And I think the account that you're on is friends with this account, so I don't know why it wouldn't. All right, now can they just announce Cam Ward like right now? That way we don't have to wait forever to actually see it, or is it gonna be the same as the Trevor Lawrence where they waited until 2 minutes left to put the pick in? Like, can we get through the first few picks so the actual interesting part can start?
And hope to every NFL team, and we may have a few surprises for you.
That would be
tonight.
nice.
But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews,
What's up, Clay?
Jordy Nelson,
I didn't realize the draft was in Green Bay until today when I was making the
Ahman
TikTok.
Green, James Jones,
Hopefully,
Packers
everyone.
superfan,
Oh, I think
Lil
he
Wayne.
must be able to hear me.
I'm gonna go off script here real quick, Roger, but I just got off the phone.
Clay, announce the first pick for me, please. Just say Cam Ward, get the draft started, and then we won't have to deal with anything else. We don't need that up there. That's funny. How can I do that? And then can I go here? Now I think I can see both chats.
Okay, Green
There we
Bay,
go. And see the live stream.
It's time to get the show started.
The draft is supposed to start at 8. We're at 8:07. I mean, what are we doing here?
The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open.
Finally, thank you.
The Tennessee Titans
Underway.
are on the clock.
Also, if someone is in the stream right now, can you let me know how loud it sounds in the background? Is it too loud? Can you hear me? Not loud enough?
And so those are the words we've been waiting since
I don't know.
February.
39 viewers in here, by the way.
Draft is
Wow.
open, the Titans are on the clock, and here are
Wow.
some of the options that they have.
Or there've been
Certainly the
39 total
expectation
viewers.
is
Real-time
that
bet
they will
view
take
guys.
Cam
3.
Ward, the quarterback
Little
out of
different.
Miami, but Travis Hunter is
Either way,
available
what's
and
up, what's
expected
up,
to
what's
hear
up?
his name called early tonight.
Appreciate the like, Lawrence.
Superstar Abdul Carter, the pass rusher extraordinaire out of Penn State, wearing the legendary number of Micah Parsons. Will he be that level of good on the next level? The two quarterbacks, Cam Ward. Again, we expect him to go number 1 tonight. Is it the right decision? We'll talk about it. Shedeur Sanders. Will he hear his name called tonight at all? That's one of the big questions we've been discussing for weeks on the talk shows leading up to this night. The man who has almost all of the answers almost all of the time, is our Adam Schefter, and he's with us all evening long. Shefty, what does everyone need to know as we get underway?
Well, thanks, Greeny. The Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and New Orleans Saints all inquired about the availability of Cam Ward to the Titans. All were denied, despite the fact that the New York Giants offered.
Yeah, who do you think the Steelers getting? If Shador's on the board, I find it hard to believe they pass on a quarterback. If not, I feel like they're going to go defensive line and build on the interior, because I don't think they're going to go tackle. I feel like they've added a few tackles where they drafted one last year. They still have one, even though they lost Dan Moore, who wasn't necessarily super great. Markup, mobile preview, highlight, record. Isaiah, there's not that option on the live studio that I can see. I have a play together, I have a co-host button I can click where it allows me to pick friends from the invite, and it says allow requests from friends, it says allow suggested requests, allow invite from friends, so all that's turned on. So I don't know what I'm necessarily doing wrong. Lawrence, who do you think the Steelers are going to draft? Who do you want the Steelers to draft? Will you be happy with Shador or not?
Final 2 minutes of a game. Look at the precise, accurate passing. Short, intermediate.
Isaiah, you also could probably join, if you're still in here, you could probably join from,
He didn't have any help. The offensive line, blown block after blown block.
we could hop on a Discord call probably, and then I think they'd be able to hear you. But the video, I guess. Well, I could put your face on the screen instead of the tracker, too.
He can move, he can roll right, roll left. Third and 8, he can get you a first down with his legs. This kid
if you're in here still. So we'll have to see there. Appreciate all the likes for anyone who's been sending likes. 11 viewers. How long do they have to pick? On the TV clock, it's 6:39. On the tracker, it does not say. I'm assuming on ours, you'll see who actually gets picked before Goodell announces it, and I see. That happens every year, where I'm just sitting here.
You want a 6'3", 230-pounder? You want a guy with a rocket arm? You want a guy with 4.6 speed? It's not.
Well, I don't think that's an issue, Isaiah, because it does show co-host and guest, like, people able to request. I just don't see the more option in that video you sent. And 6 minutes left on the clock. Why, unless it's not Cam Ward, like they also declined any trade offers. Why? I get it's for the sake of TV, but stop making us like wait. It's so ridiculous. Ooh, someone followed. Appreciate it. Whoever followed. Oh, Patrick. Appreciate the follow, my guy. Thank you.
I don't understand it either, but I'll tell you this. I believe the Tennessee Titans are making the right pick with Cam Ward.
Appreciate it. 140, 175. Appreciate all the likes. Charlie, appreciate it. Charlie, I think so. I think I saw someone else's name pop up there too, but
it is like Patrick Mahomes in terms of the creativity and the ability to buy time in the pocket and do things that are unconventional that may have you screaming at home when you're watching on the TV screen, but then it turns out to be big plays. Patrick Mahomes has made a living.
It'd be pretty funny if the Titans didn't draft Cam Ward. That would make the draft super interesting, and I'd imagine would lose a lot of people a lot of money, like so quickly. Appreciate all the likes. You up to 463 likes.
But he puts it on a rope and puts it right where it needs to be put. Patrick has done this time and time again.
Now it shows the pick is in. I just can't look over there. I can't look. I can't let my eyes flash to the update. I can't let it happen. Otherwise, I'll be screwed.
That we're showing on this screen, and this is why Cam Ward's the #1 overall pick.
All right, Booger, so settle the tie here. I've got one vote for Shador. I've got one vote for Cam Ward. If it was your team, who would you select?
For me, it would be Shador Sanders, and we've become enamored.
Or if Shador goes off at 1 and it was all a smoke screen instead of Cam Ward, and then the Browns and Giants are out there panicking. Although, I mean, there's no way it's not Cam Ward, right?
It may not be
I can't look.
the most
I can't
special
look
thing
over
you've
there
seen, but it's the
because it's not going to
prerequisites
show me.
for the position.
Appreciate the follow.
Playing the football with accuracy, timing,
RDSSFY.
great decision, poise. He does all the things that you need to do. Quarterbacks to do.
All right, so the pick is in, and again, we expect it to be Cam Ward.
Tell us who it
Not
is.
officially told that as of yet, and then perhaps the fireworks begin after that. So Cam Ward, a young man who began his career at the University
Or Matt. Oh no, the
of
pick's in. It
Arnold,
can't be
spent
traded.
2 seasons there, then went
Be
to
interesting if the Browns or Giants trade their
Maybe
pick
he's
though.
gonna come out into
That's been
last year's
talked
draft,
about.
changed his mind, instead transferred to the U, and look
Perhaps
at
the
him now.
account
Perhaps
being
about to
private
hear his
was
name
the
called
issue.
as the first pick in the 2025
Although,
National
let me
Football
see.
League draft. You heard Lewis make the comparison to Patrick Mahomes. That's what everyone in the NFL is looking for. A young man
Invite.
with that sort of talent, those
It
sorts of
still
traits.
doesn't
The
show
Tennessee
you as a
Titans
friend. It
quarterback
also,
Bradley, the commissioner
Isaiah, there's
told
one account that
was making
where
his way to
you're the
stage
profile
to
picture.
make the announcement
Like when I go to
for the
moderators,
2025
which I don't even know how to.
National
I haven't
Football
looked at
League.
moderators
There
in
he is. You
forever
see
and
him?
how to
Here
even
comes
access
the
that.
commissioner.
But the moderator one that you're listed on here had like you're in the profile picture where you're pointing down at the camera. So is that a different account potentially?
Come on.
Because I don't see.
With the first pick in the 2025
Oh, when I
NFL
click
draft,
on you,
the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward.
there we go, Cam Ward finally. Yeah, when I click, it's black over multi-guest on you.
As we said, he made the right
It
call
won't
a
let
year
me,
ago, going
and I'm
back to
following
school,
you, so I don't
finished
know.
fourth in the Heisman voting in his one season at the U.
I can add you as
Started
moderator.
57 games in college, and I am being told as he makes his way to the stage, we will watch Cam Ward make his
But
way
I,
to the
all right.
stage.
Well,
But
Cam
I'm being
Ward,
told
that is not
major
surprising.
breaking news
Why
as
the fact we had to wait
All right,
6
Cleveland
minutes
got the
for it?
First trade
I mean,
of
come on now.
round one. The Cleveland Browns have traded out of the second overall pick. They're moving back to number 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars spot. In return, the Browns will get the number 5
Come on now.
overall
All right.
pick,
Well,
a second round pick,
not a
number
surprise
26,
there. Cam Ward first,
number
and then we get to hear Adam.
126, and
Oh
the
wait,
first round pick of the
Jaguars just traded up.
26. The Jaguars in turn get the
Woo!
number 2 pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick. The Jaguars are on the clock.
I
The
was-
youngest general manager in the NFL, James Gladstone.
All right, well, I can't
at
do
the
that
age
over
of
here.
34, new regime in Jacksonville is taking a huge swing.
What did they just
at the
trade?
second pick, and they are targeting Travis Hunter.
All right, that is a remarkable development.
Trading
Immediately
up
here,
for
and so as
Travis
you see
Hunter,
Cam
what-
Ward having his moment with the commissioner, this is something
Currently-
that we knew would happen. We did not know we would have a trade as early as number 2.
Dang.
Mel. Jacksonville giving up a lot to move up.
Jaguars
here.
trading
Travis
5th
Hunter
overall
is
pick,
indeed
a
that
2nd round
player.
pick, a
Is he
4th round
worth
pick,
all that they are
their
apparently are giving him
26th
his own?
first round pick.
Right now, Liam Cohen, right? Head coach.
So they got next year's first from the Jags. They got a second this year, 36, and a 4th round pick. Damn, well, that has to tell you the Giants didn't want Travis Hunter that bad. The package for Abdul Carter, I can show it on the screen probably. Give me 1 second.
Travis Hunter, the Jacksonville Jaguars, all about the cornerback spot, 2 for the price of 1. Travis Hunter is,
1
in my
second.
opinion,
Can you
the
see that
best player
there?
in this draft. I don't think when you think about what he can do.
You
I
see that on the
understand
screen?
he's
We
got
got
to play both
a
ways.
5th overall pick, 2nd round pick, number 36,
But I think you could always
this
work
year,
it in on the other side of the ball. He's gonna be
and their
offense with
2026
Trevor,
first round pick.
and then on defense with the cornerback spot being the lead
That's
area,
crazy.
He'll figure it out. He has not had the best
No,
in college
Patrick, it's going to be
up to this
Travis
point,
Hunter. I think
but
they
being
just
able to
said, that's what
focus
Adam
on
Schefter
one
just
position.
said.
So how can you be great in
So,
one spot when
the
you're
fact
playing
that,
both ways,
that's
you're out
nuts,
all the
dude. I
time?
did not
He
expect to
was.
see that
He was
happening.
Special, and for Jacksonville to give up what they did, it tells you they believed he was the number
Wow.
1 player in this draft. and they needed
Well, there
him to
goes
stop
my
the ball.
dreams of Travis Hunter falling to 3 because the Browns feel like they want Shador Sanders or they want Abdul Carter. That's not happening now.
Play both sides in the NFL. Think about this.
I mean, they talked a little bit about the... No, they didn't talk about the Jags trading up. They talked about someone jumping the Jags for somebody.
When the game is slower, there are fewer plays. We're gonna
That also
play
tells you the
offense.
packages weren't that crazy because they only got
I think he can do it.
a
And if Jacksonville
first round pick
is
next year and a
indeed
second this
Travis
year,
Hunter,
which is a lot, don't get me wrong, but in previous years, to get a quarterback, we've seen that jump be 3 first round picks. They talked about them wanting Gentry, but I don't know how much of a reality that would have been. I didn't see them take, because they had Tank Bigsby, you have ETN. What real reason did they have to select them? You know, that's the only thing there. All right, well, I'm gonna bring that back over here, or I'm just gonna toss it up there.
You're getting 2 for 1 with this guy. You're getting 2 players in 1. Absolutely, you move.
All right, well.
That kind of player.
Yeah, but they still have Tank Bigsby, so I get adding to want an offensive piece, even if they still have Travis Etienne, or not liking Travis Etienne, or trading away Travis Etienne and then having Tank Bigsby. You still have, you know, I just didn't really understand the Genty thing. I like the backfield that they have now. Adding Travis Hunter obviously does 2 things for them. Gives them someone opposite Brian Thomas, which also makes it feel like they weren't really super interested in Teteroa McMillan or any of the receivers. So hopefully this pays off for them. I think it's cool that we're going to see Travis Hunter get to play with Trevor Lawrence. That's going to be cool. The Chicago trade with Cleveland now for Genty. I don't think the Browns are going to use it on Genty. I don't see that happening.
And Cleveland's approach to quarterback, because the Browns now have 2 second-round picks.
The Browns do now have 2 seconds if they want to trade up. That is true. Well, the draft already got crazy. I mean, who projected that all the Jaguars would trade up from 5 to 2 to select Travis Hunter? There are rumors about teams wanting to do it, but now what if they shock everybody and they draft a quarterback, replace Trevor Lawrence, and trade Trevor Lawrence away? They were paying you too much. Not going to happen, but who knows. Crazier things have happened. 38 viewers. Appreciate you guys. Giants pick coming up next. You can make fun and clown me. Yeah, I know what you mean. Chicago jump. Are we saying the Browns traded back again? Is that what you mean? I just don't see the... I don't think the Browns want Genty. I think the Browns are... I wonder what the Browns are going to get there at 5. I don't know. Quarterback. Maybe they go offensive line, draft like a Will Campbell there, just beef up their defensive line. They clearly didn't value Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter that much. Ammunitions for next year's draft to get their quarterback, which more lines up with Sean Watson's contract being off the books, so that helps them.
National Football League. This is a league where we did not used to see this sort of wheeling and dealing. This is becoming much more commonplace. Young
it's still the multi-guest. The multi-guest is still like blacked out on when I click on your profile name. I'll check the co-host thing. Another thing. On what direction it is they've chosen to go. Huge trade being made. Yeah, it's even though it's not showing up there, I don't know.
To announce the trade to this crowd and the 2nd pick in this year's draft.
Alrighty, here we go. Ashton Genty, 2nd, which would be so weird.
Entering the NFL, I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on
Who we got?
and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL
Yeah, we probably should.
Presented by Nationwide.
If anyone wants to join the YouTube stream, so you can see more of the screen, you can also join on YouTube. I'm live on YouTube as well. Although we got more people in the chat here, so that's good. And 3 files off the stream, which is really good.
We are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter
All right, who we got, Jaguars? Oh, well, I think we know it's Travis Hunter. Not that that was really going to change. That was always going to happen. What? I don't even know what that means.
Thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on their
Announce the pick, please. Walter Payton Man of the Year? I have no idea.
Use your platform to make your community, the league,
He's out there announcing right now.
a better place. As we remember, Walter Payton strive to leave a positive.
Oh, that is what they're announcing right now.
Thank you. We have a trade.
Well, we knew we had a trade.
The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick,
Travis Hunter.
2025
I hate that Adam Schefter tweets it out like right away, so that if you have your Twitter on, you see the pick before it happens. And Travis Hunter's staying in Florida because he's from Florida, I'm pretty sure. That's pretty cool that he's staying there. And it feels like a good fit pairing him next to Brian Thomas. He's not pressured to be the true elite #1 day one because of how good Brian Thomas proved to be last year. And then he gets to play corner on defense. I think that's a really cool fit for him that no one was really talking about. Yo, what's up? Who's on the YouTube stream? Insane Fat TV. What's going on? But I think that's a super cool fit that not many people were talking about just because they were at 5 and no one thought the Jaguars are going to get Travis Hunter. So as far as team fit, adding a wide receiver, play opposite Brian Thomas, have 2 solid running backs, offensive line hopefully better, Trevor Lawrence healthy. I think that's cool. I think it's a cool fit. I like it.
How about counting players on the field, guys, during a game when he's out there playing on both sides?
Who we got next? Giants, 4 minutes left on the clock. Are they trading the pick? As long as it's not Shedeur Sanders, we'll be chilling. And the other thing, Browns didn't take Travis Hunter. Now, for certain, the Shedeur Browns trade up for Shedeur, Travis Hunter pair up. We know that's not happening. As a Titans fan, I'm guessing you're also a Will Levis supporter if you wanted Hunter instead of Ward. I can see it. I like Cam Ward, though. If I'm a Giants fan, obviously, as the title, I think, says. And I would have wanted Cam Ward if they're selecting quarterback. Right now, I just hope it's not Shedeur Sanders. And it's not because I necessarily hate him. In the second round, it'd be cool. Back end of the first to get the 5th-year option, I think that'd be cool. But other than that, well, he seems to think that he has got a lot of talent to work with. I mean, you've seen what he said about Calvin Ridley and who's the other guy? Who's a running back? Tony Pollard. He's got nice things to say about them. He's calling Tony Pollard the best running back in the NFL. If the Giants, that'd be very Giants of the Giants draft, Genty. Yeah, Tyler Lockett isn't doing a lot. Niners trade up with the Giants for Carter at 3. That would ruin. Knowing the Niners were the team to get Abdul Carter because the Giants traded back, that would sting. Because he'd definitely be good on the 49ers. And then I'd have to hear 49ers fans yap about how good Abdul Carter is all season long. The pick is in. I swear. Just not Shedeur Sanders. Abdul Carter. Offensive line would be cool. No, not at 3. I lied. Really, this is Abdul Carter. I mean, who else is going to be besides Abdul Carter? No way it's Genty. I don't see a way that it's Genty. No way it's Genty.
I mean, they ain't talking to me since the combine, so I'm super excited to be able to go back home and be able to play for an organization that thought I was worthy of trading up and getting. What kind of
yeah, that's cool. They didn't even talk. There was no smoke about the Jaguars trading up for him. That's cool. Giants pick is in. Oh man. Let's announce it. Come on, let's get it going. Just let me know if my night is ruined or not ruined. That's all I need to know. How bad is it? And the viewers are rolling in with the Giants pick. Oh, see, that's a different account you're on now, Isaiah. Or is it the same? Oh. Yeah, that one won't let me multi-guest either.
He did all of that without wearing shoulder pads, by the way. Will Travis Hunter be the first ever to do it with shoulder pads? The last player
Don't. It better not be Shedeur Sanders. It better not be Shedeur Sanders. I can't even look at the chat because I don't want anyone to spoil this for me. I can't look. I don't want anything to be spoiled. I can't look at the tweets. It better not be Jackson Dart. Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart in the second round, I'm fine with. You are a fan. Whatever, no God, I don't care. You're a fan too. I'm not telling them to do anything. I'm saying what I'd be happy with. Quit being a buzzkill. Man, really, the Giants fan in the title, the views are popping off. I didn't say I like Jack. I didn't say I want them to take Jackson Dart. I said I like Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders at the back half of the first round if they happen to trade up. I think that'd be fine. But passing up potentially on Abdul Carter. All right, let's see. Please, don't spoil this. Thank God. Finally. Night is saved. No Shedeur Sanders, 3rd overall. If we trade back up, oh, I say we, I'm not on the team. If they trade back up for Abdul Carter at the back half of the first round, or Abdul Carter, Shedeur Sanders, I'm fine with that. That's cool. But just not 3rd overall when Abdul Carter was on the board or before the draft. Travis Hunter. Everyone was coming to hate watch. But the Giants didn't do it this time around. All the views are leaving. That's funny. I wish it was Travis Hunter, but didn't happen. We'll take Abdul Carter, though. We'll take Abdul Carter. I like it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, hopefully, something I mentioned, I don't know if anyone in here actually watched our last mock draft. Probably not. It didn't do too hot. But I mentioned in there, the Giants always have a tendency to do like what is publicly wildly popular. Not that a lot of teams didn't have Abdul Carter graded highly or previous drafts, but in the Evan Neal draft, Kayvon Thibodeau, both players graded very highly post-draft. Giants, everyone super happy with it. Now, Kayvon's been okay. Evan Neal's been horrible. Last year, Malik Neighbors, everyone has him mocked to him, viewed as the best player left on the board, sort of. They draft him. It works out for them. So this regime kind of has a history of doing it. So the fact that they didn't, buck the trend like the previous regime and draft someone that they just have high graded over someone else, that doesn't really surprise me. Have Nico Harrison syndrome or Jacksonville took a risk? I mean, I like the haul that the Browns got back. I'm just kind of interested who they may be targeting at 5. I think Isaiah, who, runs this account with me, had been talking about the potential of the Browns drafting Genty at 2, which now at 5 makes a lot more sense. But the Patriots on the clock, do the Patriots take Genty? Potentially. I wasn't expecting the Jags either, but it makes a lot of sense. And just in mock drafts, we don't really mock or do trades a lot, so it makes sense. It's aggressive, but I think it makes sense. The fit makes sense. Offense and defense, I think they have a hole at corner. It gives them a receiver who gets to play opposite Brian Thomas, which I mentioned earlier. So I like the fit there. Browns playoffs? Definitely not. Depends on what type of play they get from their quarterback. I need to put that on Do Not Disturb. My iPad's going to keep popping up. How much did the Jags give up to move up? Right here. 5th overall pick, 2nd round pick, number 36, 4th round pick, 126, and their 1st round pick next year. So they gave up a lot. They now have 2 picks at the top of the 1st round, which is huge, especially if they wind up wanting to trade up for a quarterback. Schefter had mentioned that earlier, so I think that's an interesting thing to look at. But I reckon the Browns trade down even more, potentially just get a ton of firsts for next year. I could see, well, I think they would like to trade down, right? But who's going to be willing to trade up? The only way I see that happening is if they really don't want Genty. Everyone knows, it's not a well-kept secret, that the Raiders want Genty. So if you have a team like the Bears trade up to 5, give them another first-round pick next year, and then they have 3 firsts next year, I could see that happening. That has potential. Cam Ward is mad. I don't like Cam Ward. I don't know. I don't think he's bad. It's kind of surprising Shedor's not at the draft.
Is presented by
Oh, that's not surprising. Why am I saying that's surprising?
Marriott, the official hotel.
Appreciate everyone joining. I wonder how's that TikTok doing? Or let me take a look. Oh, there's my live.
Has opened a new world for me. Now I get to hang out with NFL fans all season long.
Dang.
Wait, what?
Oh, it doesn't even have a lot. I wonder what is popping off that people join. Where is Shedeur? Not on the screen. Browns should say who do you think the Patriots traded back? Do we need to check Adam Schefter's Twitter again? Who would they trade back with? Oh, I don't see a tweet yet, and I don't see it announced as a commercial right now. Oh, never mind. Oh, the pick is in. Why'd I even believe that? Why do you think the Browns just stay where they are? Who do you want the Browns to pick? Depends on who's. I don't see someone being willing to give up enough assets to make it worth it for the Browns to trade down. Mason Graham would be interesting. Offensive line. They could be targeting offensive line and really just wanting to build the trenches for the future. Chubb isn't even on the team right now. Chubb is a free agent for anyone to sign. So there's that out there.
It's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey with a tough call. You can't go wrong.
Patriots. Do we think Patriots is Will Campbell, Tedero McMillan? What do we think's happening there? This is where we could have the first surprise. I could see happening.
London Sky. You sure? He's sure.
This could be a surprise. This could be the first surprise. Shedeur to the Patriots. Jets. If I'm the Jets, I'm thinking offensive line. It's either... oh my goodness, what just happened? There we go. Jets. It depends on if offensive line goes off here between the Patriots and Browns. I could see offensive line going off back to back. Genty, I'd imagine, is going off on one of these 3 picks. Tyler Warren's not going off these picks. I could see Tyler Warren there to give someone to pair next to
you're not actually allowed to drink.
Garrett Wilson, because I think he's the best pass catcher in the draft. Depending on, I view him as better than McMillan.
5.
Get Will Johnson. I mean, they had Will Johnson falling all the way down to out of the first round. Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft. Well, as you see on the screen, I don't know who the Patriots have picked yet, because if you hear in the background, they haven't announced it. It's a commercial, and the pick has been in for 90 years, so I don't know who they picked yet. Shedeur to the Raiders. Not after the money they just gave Geno Smith. That's not happening. Like that. Yeah, Tyler Warren would be cool. I think if you go receiver there, that'd be cool. It's offensive line. If I'm a Jets fan, Warren would be my #1 want or offensive line. And I'd be cool with receiver, personally. Ashton Patriots wouldn't be a shock. Atlanta last year, that is true. But the only difference is the Patriots just drafted a quarterback, and they had Kirk Cousins coming off an Achilles. Who's that behind me? Appreciate it. I don't even think. Appreciate cross account. I don't know what to say. A Giants fan, yeah, you want a Dart. Now you're just trolling. Third overall. Stop talking about Jackson Dart. Stop it. Who went 1, 2, 3? We got Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. 1, 2, 3. Now we got #4 coming up. I'm very happy with Abdul. I was just happy that it was not Shedeur Sanders 3rd overall. Though that doesn't mean I hate Shedeur Sanders. Just not 3rd overall. All right, who's the pick? Will Campbell, chalk pick. That's not a surprise. All right, so the order has no surprise at all. Everyone thought Travis Hunter was going off the board at 2. Just not to the Jaguars. Abdul Carter at 3. Everyone thought that was going to happen. Patriots, everyone kind of penciled in. What kind of suit is that from Will Campbell, by the way? He looks like he belongs in a chocolate factory. Willy Wonka. What is going on there? I don't know. Lions fan, I want someone good to pair with Hutch. Yeah, there's a lot of edges that could fall. I mean, Jalen Walker's been talked about in the top 10 to the Patriots. People have had him mocked in the 20s. Michael Williams, Mike Green has fallen due to character concerns. Jets draft dart? I don't think so. I don't feel like the Saints are going quarterback at 9. I know we talked about that on our podcast, and that's been widely talked about because of the Derek Carr situation, but they kind of need everything. So if Mason Graham's there at 9, or anyone on the defensive line, or anyone on the offensive line, I think it could go a few directions there. Will Johnson to the Saints? That's another option. What am I watching this on? I'm watching on YouTube TV. Jets might. I don't see the Jets or Saints going dart. not at 7 and 9. Maybe in the second round, or trading up for him. Tom Brady, the Patriots. Who's number 3? Abdul Carter was 3rd overall. Who do I have the Browns taking? Oh, the pick is in. I kind of honestly think Ashton Genty. I'm feeling Ashton Genty here. Because just adding someone to that backfield to have a relevant run game, their offensive line is okay. They've been talking about trading up for quarterback. They now have the ammunition to get the, a quarterback later in the first round if they want that 5th-year option. They're drafting at the top of the second round anyway if they want to wait. The professor. Has Travis Hunter got picked? Yes, he got picked. Come on now. We knew that. I need water. Talking this much and not having any water can make me go crazy.
I'll tell you what. I don't know what they're going to do, but I can tell you what right now Mike Vrabel's doing.
This is the most followers I've gotten from one stream, by the way. 6 new followers? That's crazy. And we're at 213 viewers. They announced it as cornerback and receiver, which I think you can see on the screen right there. So they said he's going to play both. Like, they literally announced it as both. Appreciate the follow, Noah. Appreciate the follow, Professor.
Look, I think methodically New England
So,
is
I mean, yeah, corner, wide receiver, good fit there.
Will Campbell will be a decades-long left tackle.
Appreciate all the likes.
This was a no-brainer pick in my estimation.
It was the expected pick. So the players
You guys can see that on the screen because listening to you, so you know what the graphics are. Appreciate the follow, JD Davis Moore. Thank you, my guy. 16 new followers. Would you look at that? If anyone I missed, Parker, appreciate the follow. BT, appreciate the follow. 17 new followers. Look at us. That's the most I've ever had in one. Broncos trade up. Who went 1? I mean, stop asking obvious questions. We know who went 1. Cam Ward, come on now. Broncos trade up. I could, for a tight end, I could see it happening. Saints might trade up to grab a quarterback, but I want defense at 9. They're not drafting a quarterback. I don't see that happening. Appreciate the follow, Maxwell, Gabe, Nico, RJ. Appreciate it. Oh, you can't see past the Giants? What do you mean? On the screen, it's showing me that you can see the Browns. Is not like refreshing? I don't have to look on my end. Let me turn this volume
You
off.
can hear the awe in his voice. What a wonderful moment. Reminder that this night is not just about the analysis, but it's about the opportunity for these young men. By the way, the older football
the only
fans in
count
our
I
audience
follow.
will appreciate this. Mel, the
Raiders go Genty or Shador. Raiders are not going Shador. Mason Graham could go off to the Browns. I don't feel like teams are going to be as high on them as most people are due to the... Yeah, you can see it. On my screen, I can see the Browns. when I clicked the live stream on my phone, so I don't know what happened there. Well, there's only been Cam Ward picked so far. Let's see if I missed anyone. Giants should have drafted Genty. No, that if they drafted running back, I would have been upset. Getting Sanders. I'm trying to read everything. Can you please scroll up so we can see the first 2 picks? Cam Ward, Travis Hunter. Stop it. That's fair. We need a quarterback, though. On everyone's soul. Mason Graham to the Browns. Okay. I just said I didn't think it was going to happen, and then it happened. And people had mocked him falling, so, I mean, I don't hate it. Pairing him, more of a run-stopping D-end, or not D-end, D-tackle, interior, pushes the pocket. I kind of like it. Don't hate it.
Jim Harbaugh called him a gift from the football god when he brought him to Ann Arbor, and Mel Graham lived up to the hype. Everybody said Graham was dropping.
No way you actually predicted that. Who was first? Cam Ward. Come on now. We know these things. There we go. Cam Ward right there. You want me to keep it there? That way you guys can see. Is that nice? Raiders. Russ, listen. Let Russ cook. How we feel. What's up, Jackie? In the YouTube chat. Hopefully I saw that. I'm trying to read the TikTok chat and the YouTube chat. TikTok chat is popping off. Going pretty good. We got Abdul Carter, so I'm happy with that. I know you're a Titans fan, and they got Cam Ward. So how you feeling about that, Jackie? If you're still in there, hopefully. Pats pick. I like it for the Pats. I think they need to beef up offensive line. If that's what if I were them, that's what I would have done. Although, you know, I'm not an NFL GM, so I like that for them. I need Genty for your parlay to the Raiders. You know what is so funny? It's not the exact teams that we thought everyone was going to go to, but the chalk order was Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham to the Jaguars. Not, you know, what we thought was going to happen. We obviously thought Mason Graham would be on the Jaguars and Travis Hunter would be on the Browns. But as far as order goes, nothing has been a surprise so far. So we get Ashton Genty at 6. That would, you know, complete a perfect run as far as when these players are getting picked. Giants QB. Hopefully the Giants don't go QB until the second round, or if they trade up. I like that they got Carter. I'm assuming you're an NFC East fan if you're hating that they got Carter. Appreciate all the likes and follows, by the way. We're up to 1,600 likes, 29 new follows this stream. Appreciate it, Eli. Eli, thanks for the follow. Think Shador is going to get picked by the Saints? Oh, man. That's what everyone has been asking. They just need everything. I think they go offensive line or defense, personally. They traded away Marshawn Lattimore. Do they go corner? Do they like Will Johnson that early? That's something I've seen to them, which I kind of like. Genty to the Panthers. That would be such a funny run organization after all they invested into running back last year. Also with who's the guy who tore his ACL again that they drafted in the second round? I don't think that's happening. Saints said they aren't going to get him is what I saw. That's potential what happens. Arizona, I like offensive line to them, or I think interior defensive line, or someone across the defensive line. 700 viewers, by the way. 4,000 likes. That is the most I've seen. 2020 Super Bowl MVP. How do you think the rest of the quarterbacks rank for me? The rest of the quarterbacks ranking, I like really Shador, Jackson Dart, as far as like the next tier. Like I'm like, cool, that'd be fine. As far as the Giants trading up for the first round or taking at the top of the second. Then I like Milroe and McCord as far as like a little guys are mocked a little bit later down for quarterbacks. If Shador doesn't go off the board to the Saints, I think he's definitely going to fall. I mean, who's going to take him? The Bears. The Bears aren't taking. The 49ers, Cowboys no. Dolphins no. Colts. The Colts had another. Imagine Shador Sanders, Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones all in the same quarterback room. Maybe the Falcons take them. Can never have too much. The website is just the NFL draft website. That would be funny. Seeing someone be so happy to be Travis was to go to the Jags. Well, he gets to stay home in Florida. I think that's cool for him. Line staking? I think guard or defensive line, I'd imagine. What pick to the Falcons have? The 15th pick. Genty. Not a surprise. Off the board at 6. So, obviously, whoever wanted to trade up for Genty, the Giants did not like whatever offer they had, and clearly the Browns are not willing to trade down any further, because I'm assuming someone... scroll up. I need to see what exactly I have on the screen. There you go. Jets on the clock. Talking too much? I mean, it's my stream. If you just want to watch the draft or listen to the draft, you can go somewhere else. I'm going to talk and interact with the chat. I got lots of thoughts.
This past year, he had 8 games of 30 or more carries. He can be that workhorse running back.
What's up, Peanut?
Smith, and for that Raider offense, go back, contact balance, game break.
12K likes, by the way. This is the most live viewers we've ever had for everything, for anything. 853.
Also, he's a little loose with the football. High and tight, right? He's got to learn that.
Do I think the Jets can win 10? I appreciate it. I do not talk to. Thank you, Nico. Do you think the Jets can win 10 or 1? No. I think they may be better if they can. If Aaron Glenn can do his thing and get his guy in here, whoever this is. I think this is Tyler Warren or receiver, offensive line, I'd imagine. Are these? Yes, it's a real draft. 49ers. I am convinced the 49ers are taking offensive line. I know a lot of people have mocked the D tackle from Ole Miss or interior or Kenneth Grant even, or adding another edge rusher because of some of the pieces they've lost, or Jahad Campbell I've even seen to the 49ers. So, but I think it's offensive line to protect Brock Purdy because Trent Williams isn't going to be around forever. The offensive line was not that great last year. I think they're going offensive line, but that's just my opinion. Is Winston the answer in New York? Well, he's currently the backup quarterback, so I don't think he's the answer. I do remember Lawler. What pick do you think I'll go? I don't know. Maybe next year's draft. Appreciate the follow, Draco. Bills will pick. That is way too far out to predict who the Bills will pick. Derek Harmon is someone I've seen. I think they could go offensive line. I don't know about offensive line. Get Will Johnson for the corner out of Texas. Niners, I don't like them going defense. I like them going offensive line. Because I just think they need to protect Purdy if they want him to be successful. And they've been talking about him getting paid, so that's where I would be thinking. Getting Sanders or sticking with Rattler. I don't think they're drafting a quarterback, although I might eat my words very soon after we see who comes off the board here. Texans getting receiver, offensive line. If the line is there, line is the safest projection. Because we could see receiver come off here to the Jets. We could see receiver go off to the Panthers. Cowboys can pick a receiver. If a receiver is on the board that they like, because you don't know, you can't count on Tank Dell, and then they just have Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, I think they signed, right? Ashton Genty's career is not over. Google Chrome was drafted next. What do you think? I don't know. Who do you think the Broncos are going to get? I've seen Omarion Hampton mocked to them a lot. I think that could be interesting. Or a tight end, although I don't think Colston Loveland and I don't think Tyler Warren's going to fall to them. What are you hoping for when it comes to the rest of the Giants picks? Rest of the Giants picks, website is just the NFL Draft Tracker. Rest of the Giants picks, best player, honestly just best player available. If the Giants just pick best player available, or if they talk themselves into one of the quarterbacks at the 3rd pick of the 2nd round, I'm fine with that. But I'm just happy that I didn't have to watch Shedeur come off the board at 3 and have the rookie quarterback be the 3rd behind everyone and then eventually get benched. That's where I'd be upset. How much time is usually between each pick? I think they have 15 minutes on the clock, but they also then show all this stuff. They play it out. The pick is in, but they don't announce it. Bucks, I would love Jahad Campbell to the Bucks. If Jahdae Barron falls to them, I think Jahdae Barron would be really cool. Edge rusher for Atlanta. Yeah, Mike Green has been talked about to Atlanta. James Pierce. I think it really comes down to whoever they like the most. I've seen Michael Williams. You'd have to imagine eventually the Falcons are going to talk themselves into taking a Georgia player. If the Cowboys choose someone bad, you don't know if they're going to be bad. And the Cowboys have a history. You know what? People have talked about the Cowboys drafting receiver. They've talked about them drafting running back. But the Cowboys have a history of drafting offensive line and overdrafting, or to people's perception, overdrafting offensive line. And I think if they draft offensive line, I just trust them. So if that's Tyler Booker at 12, I would trust it. If it's Kelvin Banks at 12, I would trust it. Knew he was going. Yeah, Ashton Genty. I mean, the order the players have come off in has been chalk. 7 is really where things get a little different. It's either been Tyler Warren, it's been Membu, it's been really Tyler Warren and Membu is what I've seen the most to the Jets. Some people have picked defense. I just wasn't a fan of Sanders at what's it called? 3rd overall. I like him at in the 20s in the 2nd, or at the top half, or not in the 20s in the 2nd, in the 20s in the 1st, or top of the 2nd. Dart to Giants, hopefully not. I'll be a little annoyed if it, I'll be honest. I don't like it if the Giants trade up for a quarterback, but I won't be devastated. Niners, I think they're going offensive line. I really do think the 49ers are going offensive line. It'll depend here. Like the Jets could go Membu. The Saints could go Kelvin Banks, and then the Bears could go. Like, it depends on what these next 4 picks are, because you could see all of these teams, or really just Jets, Saints, and Bears going offensive line. I think the 49ers are going offensive line.
Is 2 times infinity, no takebacks.
Well, I haven't seen that they took Membu yet, so I don't know what to say.
That's debatable.
Giants to the bowl. I don't know about that. Will Johnson Bengals. That is something that could certainly happen. Steelers get Shador. That could happen. I've talked a lot about how much I do not enjoy the quarterbacks in the 1st round, to be specific. Who was 3? Abdul Carter was 3. We know who was 3. Appreciate all the follows. And these, 1,300 viewers. That's the most I think we've had before. This is 200 maybe? 20,000 likes? That's crazy. 74 new follows? I can't even keep up with the chat right now. Pray the Cowboys. Team Golden. I like Golden a lot to the Cowboys. I think Tedero McMillan's cool too. T-Mac. The Cowboys, in my opinion, it feels like now, based on what's been reported, receiver, then running back, then offensive line. All right, let's see. Armand Membu. Not a surprise. I like it. It's also not a shock with Aaron Glenn. He's coming from the Lions, where they built through the trenches. That's how they became successful. They just drafted offensive line last year. What's his face just retired. They don't have I believe whoever there was, I can't think of the name right now, but the right tackle was old. So I like that for the Jets. He also played right tackle in college, so you don't have to move him. You can just slide him right in there. I think that's a good pick. I like that. I mean, you can see the only one you can't see right now is the first one. You should know who the first pick is. So if you're a Jets fan in there, how are you feeling about Membu? Justin Fields is a Jets quarterback. the Ohio State legend. And I'm a Justin Fields fan. I enjoy him playing. His play. I don't know how I feel about him, in the future. Or as being a long-term solution. Not in the future, a long-term solution. I think he's a nice option for next year. Not that they had many. I like Aaron Glenn starting his tenure with him more than whatever Aaron Rodgers was. I rate the Giants pick a 10 out of 10. Picked under 9. Well, you're about to lose your $100. Unless the Panthers save you. Pick is in. People have been. Shamar Stewart that's rumored to the Panthers? No, Jalen Walker's been rumored to the Panthers. The NFL draft tracker. It's literally just the NFL website. Appreciate all the follows. Even more follows. We're up to 105 followers. This is the most follows I got from one stream. Justin Fields over Russell Wilson. It depends on the system. I think if you play Justin Fields right, you could take him. I think people saying that Justin Fields should have been over Russell Wilson last year, I don't really agree with. I think Russell Wilson was the better quarterback for what the Steelers were trying to do offensively. The Steelers always start the season hot, so retrospect, I don't think that was as much attributed to Justin Fields as some people would have liked to see, but Raiders, I know Raiders, Ashton Genty. Eagles picking, that is a lot of picks away, dude. I have no idea. Stop spamming Raiders, Ashton Genty. We get it. I'm trying to keep up with everyone. These are the most comments I've had to read at once. So if I missed something, I apologize. Cardinals, I'm liking Josh Simmons, or I'm liking... Can we see best players available here? No, we can't. That's annoying. Panthers. Well, the Panthers are on the clock. Jalen Walker's been rumored. Tetairoa McMillan. I'm thinking, from what reports have been, Jalen Walker, Tetairoa McMillan would be my guess. Shador. Well, the Steelers. Browns trading up. Giants. If the Saints... I mean, looking here for the people that are in the chat, I mean, Saints. But after the Saints, like Bears, 49ers, no. I mean, unless they truly want to put pressure on Brock Purdy. That's a potential. But after that, Steelers, Packers, no. Any of the teams down here, no. So. Secondary and wide receivers. 1,600 viewers. Appreciate you guys. And 121 followers. Cowboys get running back from North Carolina. I like the Cowboys getting a running back. I would be very much so in favor of them getting Hampton. Although I think the Bears may take Hampton. I like Hampton a lot. Why does everyone keep asking top 3? Is that a troll? So many people are asking that. I don't know if it's a troll or not. Nick Emanwari has not been picked yet. Bengals. I like the Bengals getting Jahad Campbell. I like them getting a defensive, really anything on defense. Or guard. Guard is the only thing I will not hate on the Bengals for if they go that direction. I like the Jaguars. I like the move the Jaguars made. Thoughts on Mike Green? I mean, I think he's a good player. From what I've seen from him, seems very talented. Was wildly productive in college. Appreciate the roses, Coda and Tim. My only question with him is those off the field issues of why he had the transfer to Marshall in the first place. That would be the only thing you'd be questioning there. Where you get the list like that, the website, the NFL Draft website. Yeah, I think Jalen Walker, or I think Tetairoa McMillan. Lions guard, or whichever edge rusher falls. It'll depend, because I mean, people, if like James Pierce comes off here to the Panthers or Saints, no one's gonna be surprised if James Pierce falls out of the first round. So I think it's super hard to project like who's going to be available when the Lions picking. I think it's more about what position they may pick. Vikings are going secondary. I think that's Malachi Starks. I think that's Emanwari. Depending if Will Johnson's on the board, depending if he like truly falls because of his knee injury. Tyler Warren to the Bears. Well, they kind of have a tight end, so I don't really see that happening. That is someone who's falling right now. Tyler Warren could go off the board to the Saints. He's not going to the 49ers, not Cowboys, Dolphins maybe. But looks like the chalk pick may happen, falling all the way to the Colts.
Now they pass on Tyler Warren to take Armand Members. So Warren's still available. Maybe the Bears coming up.
Yeah, Travis Hunter went to the Jags. Saints. Well, I have to see who goes off the board to the Panthers quickly, because I think Tet could be on the board, or T-Mac. I know he doesn't like Tet apparently. Mason Taylor. That just depends if someone loves, if the top 2 tight ends are off the board and he's still on the board and they like him at the back half of the first. I like Amari Hampton to the Bears. I do like him there. Scroll all the way up. There's all the way up. Ravens, Commanders. All right, here we go. Panthers pick. Panthers pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tetairoa McMillan.
Not a surprise. I got Tetairoa McMillan. So I like that. I'm in favor of that. I know some other people are more in favor of them drafting defense. They do need defense. Their defense was horrific last year. But I think supporting Bryce Young, giving him someone else to throw to, it gives a little bit more breathing room for, I'm brain farting on his name, the receiver they just drafted to develop, and take some attention off of him on defense, and that's kind of split out now. Appreciate it. 161 follows, over 2K viewers. Appreciate it. Travis Hunter went to the Jags. Cam Ward first pick. Yeah, Leggett. Obviously, I was brain farting there in the moment. My mouth is moving so fast. My brain's, trying to keep up. Trade back and get Sanders, another wide receiver later. What's the worst? I don't hate any of the picks. I really don't hate any of the picks. Why hasn't Sanders been drafted? Because I don't think the NFL views him as that good, and I don't think his athletic ceiling is super high compared to where some people are talking about him as. How long till the next draft? Open on the Giants. I love the Giants pick. Jackson or Dart? I would say, or Sanders or Dart. Sorry, Sanders. I prefer Sanders over Dart. Cowboys are cooked. I don't know if I'd say all that. Giants, Abdul Carter. Steelers got Sanders. Or get Sanders. I would like Sanders to the Steelers. Ashton. Cowboys. Cowboys, I really like them getting Hampton. I like them getting Golden. And if they decide to go a little off script and go someone like Tyler Booker or go offensive line to try and beef that up, I would like that too. Jets pick, I like the Jets pick. I would have really liked Tyler Warren there to pair with, give another pass catcher, but building through the trenches with Aaron Glenn, building for the future, I like that too. I like it. Bears aren't taking Warren. Giants are my favorite team. Vikings just signed Rodgers. No, they didn't.
As you see him here hugging the commish, all these guys, you can just see the relief that they have when they go up here.
Stop it.
He's going to have a good career in Carolina. He just needs to make sure he takes care of business.
A very nice moment there.
Stop trolling.
The lay on the commissioner there.
Ward got what website? The NFL draft website.
Both in high school and in college, so that's a lovely moment there. By the way,
does Sanders go before the 12th round? If there was 12 rounds, then we'd be here forever. Hawks. I'm thinking Jalen Walker and Michael Williams if they're on the board for the no, Falcons, not Hawks. Seahawks. For their sake, I'm hoping interior offensive line. I don't know if they'll be smart enough to do that, though. Texans. I would also say interior offensive line. But who knows? Oh my, I cannot keep up with these messages. Calvin Banks to the Saints. I would like that.
Taking the wide receiver.
I like Calvin Banks to the Saints. Or are you guys spamming that because that's what happened? That may be what happened. Giants were the 3rd overall pick. Yes, they went. Watch Shador go to the Saints. How do you not like the Jets pick? I love that pick. They need some more offensive talent, which hopefully they can address in the 2nd round. Maybe they're able to get someone like Mason Taylor as a tight end, if they will go tight end, or add another receiver, maybe a Jaden Higgins. I like the Jets pick. I don't know why you'd hate the Jets pick. If you hate the Jets pick, you just hate good football. Seahawks are going to draft. It's like so far out. I mean, on my mock draft, I think I had Will Johnson, right? I can see him going secondary. I can see him going guard. Actually, I think I had Tyler Booker for the Seahawks. Bengals, Jahad Campbell. No, Bengals. What did I have for the Bengals? I think I had Jahad Campbell or Kenneth Grant, or the D tackle from Ole Miss if he falls that far. 49ers. I think they should go offensive line. I really think that. Defensive line is their other option there.
go back to Drew Brees. I see similarities to Drew coming out.
Tyreek to the Saints.
Size, right? He was going to go to Miami, didn't because
Hi, chat. Yeah, the chat is going insane. 202 new followers. Appreciate everyone that has followed. 2,300 viewers. We got even 2 gifts this stream. Appreciate it. Oh my, and there goes a whole lot more. Thank you.
Let's find out if that's what they've done.
We are, man, this is by far the most followers got in one stream. How do I feel on Mason Graham? I like him, but not completely in love with him because I think he lacks a little bit as a pass rusher, but he's able to collapse the pocket, stop the run, so. Calvin Banks, all right, well, everyone was spamming it, so you may have it spoiled for you in the chat if anyone cares about it being spoiled and my reaction to it. So that's going to be hard. Cam Ward was #1, Broncos, running back or tight end receiver. I'd imagine that for the Broncos. I like the Saints just need everything. So some people may be surprised that Shedor's not getting picked there. I made a video that kind of popped off a bit ago where I said Shedor could fall out of the first round, and that was when he was like sort of consensus 3rd overall pick to the Giants or 2nd to the Browns, but he's falling. I predicted it 2 months ago, or I don't know if it was that long ago, but I predicted it and it is happening. So I feel pretty good about that take. Appreciate all the follows. 257 new followers. Let's go. Travis, I wouldn't say Travis Hunter's career is over. Where did Travis go? Travis went to the Jaguars. What do you think about the Panthers pick? I like the Panthers pick. Gives Bryce Young someone to throw the ball to. Outside of Xavier Legette, they have Adam Thielen there, who in his old age, I think, can be productive in the slot. So they have an experienced receiver in the slot. They have 2 receivers on the outside. Xavier Legette can develop. And then they have T-Mac on the outside opposite him. And then they have that tight end from, what's his name, from Florida, who has dealt with injuries last year. Hopefully he can develop too. The Giants should trade up for Sanders. I mean, it depends on how far the trade up is. Bears pick here. Pick is in. Do we think it is instantly, I mean, what offensive line's on the board? Will Campbell's off, Membu's off, Kelvin Banks is off. I need to pick up, I need something where I can see the picks available, or players available. ESPN Draft Tracker. Yeah, the ESPN one has best players available. I like the presentation of the NFL Draft Tracker better. Bears. What's the best offensive line available? Well, I don't think they're going. Offensive line doesn't feel like it's going off here. This feels like it's Amari Hampton. Jalen Milroe. What my thoughts on Jalen Milroe, or who do I want to trade up? Where do I find the website? It's just type in NFL Draft Tracker, and then you get the one you're seeing on the screen. The ESPN Draft Tracker shows a little bit more. Travis Hunter was listed as wide receiver, and appreciate Fred Warner sending the roses. Appreciate it. Imagine it was actually Fred Warner.
Yeah, this is when we get to geek out over every single game.
Loveland to the Bears. I don't think that's. I like Colston Loveland.
Late season divisional dates that end up deciding playoff spots. And who's playing at Lambeau in
Genty on the Raiders or Bears? Genty is on the Raiders.
Okay, how about these rookies?
Who do we think the Broncos are choosing?
Their NFL debuts. We're gonna find that out as well.
Probably running back, tight end, Colston Loveland maybe. Gonna go undrafted. Man, stop hating. He's just talented. Just talented. Like, what does that mean? Just talented. Yes, he's just talented. That's just talented is going to get you drafted. Elite physical traits. He's going to get drafted high. And he's going to go not going to get drafted high. He's going to get drafted, I should say.
We can't wait. You can tweet it out, tell everybody.
I think Sanders will go to the Saints in the 2nd round. I think someone may trade up for Sanders. I think he's going to the Steelers, or someone trades up, or he falls. Those are the 3 options right now. I mean, the Dolphin, heart me. Appreciate the gifts, Fred Warner. I don't know how much those are valued at, but thank you. So if those are more, I really appreciate it.
So there you have it, May 14th, which is
Any money anyone donates is awesome. I don't expect it, obviously. Appreciate the follow. Who do I think is the best quarterback in the draft class? I think Cam Ward was the best. And I think the Titans made a good pick there. Who are the Texans getting? I think they're going to go. Appreciate the rose, Tanner and Julian. Thank you. Bills, Derek Harmon, I'm feeling. Safety would be cool. Corner would be cool. Stop telling me to hurry up, Williams. What QB do you think the Saints take? It depends if they trade up or not. Clearly, they didn't like Shador enough to draft him as that offensive line. Here we go. Bears. Who are the Bears getting? Not looking at the chat.
My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time.
Bears.
Please know
who are we going with?
You are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's
appreciate the rose. Appreciate 19 roses, Ian. Thank you.
Will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire.
There goes the first to get to fifth.
50 years ago,
stop shushing me. Don't shush me. Cam Scadaboo, I don't know how to spell his name. Pick predictions. Late second or third round, I would think.
Walter Payton,
that'd be cool.
Jackson State.
49. I've talked about the 49ers like 1,000 times. Oh, well, now they're on the clock, so it's more relevant. But I would like the 49ers. If I'm a 49ers fan, I want them to take offensive line. I know they've been mocked. Defensive line, I know they've been mocked. Secondary or a corner, Jahdae Barron, I've seen a few times.
Not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but
don't tell me to shut up. I'll talk if I want to talk.
To his community, with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year award. So with the
why is my feed so behind? I don't know.
NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
Wow, Colston Loveland before Tyler Warren, although not a huge surprise, only because, like, you look at Ben Johnson and you look at what they did. Now, my brain is thinking so much about the draft and thinking about players that were drafted last year and currently in the NFL. Tight end, the Lions tight end. They drafted him when people weren't really expecting that. Now they go after Colston Loveland instead of Tyler Warren. So I think he offers them a lot. It's a surprise. He's more of a slot big tight end than an inline tight end. So I like it for him. Scroll up. I mean, what else? How do you not know who's been drafted yet? Bears fans, how are we feeling about Colston Loveland? I don't know how I would. I think it's interesting. I'm surprised it wasn't running back, but top 10 talent. Yeah, I would have preferred Warren, but I'm going to trade. If I'm a Bears fan, I'm trusting Ben Johnson. He built something with Dan Campbell in Detroit, so getting Colston Loveland, I would trust him. Potential to be Brock Bowers kind of season. I don't know. We need to see Caleb Williams' accuracy improve for Colston Loveland to have that type of season. Him or Warren. Scroll down. I mean, scroll down, scroll up, scroll down, scroll up. Who do I think the Commanders are going to get? I don't know. That's too far away. We really have to see how these picks come in. 49ers pick is in already. Well, offensive line's kind of off the board. Do we see a guard come off here? Probably not. Overall, is this where we see Walter Nolan come off the board? I kind of feel like because the offensive tackles that have come off the board, unless they go Josh Simmons and they're not worried at all. Scroll up, scroll down, scroll up, scroll down, whatever. I think I could see Josh Simmons here if they really like him that much. Do they go Gray Zabel or Tyler Booker? I don't know about that. So, do they get Tyler Warren? Do the 49ers go Tyler Warren to replace, or not replace, but wait in the wings of George Kittle, maybe? Michael Williams. I could see Michael Williams. Jalen Walker's potential. Michael Williams, Jalen Walker. James Pierce, I doubt. Walter Nolan feels like it's a big possibility because they've lost some interior defensive linemen.
It's too late.
Cowboys. What do I think about Cowboys? Why isn't Shorten picked? Because I don't think he's a super high first-round pick, in my opinion. Yeah, 49ers pick Shador. Imagine the 49ers pick Shador. What are we thinking, Cowboys? Cowboys and 49ers fans. Those are the fans I want to hear from right now, since at least I don't see the pick is in. Who do you want the 49ers to draft? Cowboys fans, who do you want the Cowboys to draft?
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey looking lost.
Imagine Dallas replace Dak with Shador.
Could you point me at aisle 27? Find what you need fast.
Matthew Golden. I can see that. Will Johnson. You want Will Johnson to Dallas? Or are you saying Will Johnson to the 49ers?
Is that Hidden Valley Ranch?
I like Golden to the Cowboys.
Flavorful day of my life.
Will Johnson to the 49ers, cool, although I'd prefer the trenches for the 49ers on offense, but with who's been off the board, I don't think they're going to now. So I'd like Walter Nolan. Maybe they had an edge rusher to pair with Bosa.
Gatorade, is it in you? Why do 80% of NFL players choose a Sleep Number
Saints should. I don't really agree. I don't think the Saints needed to pick Shador. I like them picking and building offensive line.
Sleep Number does that. Effortless comfort all night. So sleep
Appreciate the follows, by the way.
You can play like this?
Thank you, Nathan, for the follow.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
Feel like Niners go for Sanders and then trade Purdy. You can't guarantee. If Shador is as good as Purdy has been the past few seasons, that is like exactly what you're hoping for. The reason the Giants didn't draft him, the Browns didn't draft him, anyone else who you think needs a quarterback has not drafted or traded up to draft him is because that's not a guarantee. If you could guarantee every team that Shador was going to be as good as Brock Purdy, he would have flown off the board by now. Appreciate the follow. I can't even see what the name of the account is, but thank you. Appreciate the sharing of the lives too. Joseph, appreciate the follow. 3,600 live viewers. Would you look at that?
That link to the
T-Mac, but I'll take Golden too. Purdy's not trash. Come on now. Cowboys fan, trade the pick for future first rounders next year. Ain't our year. Well, I mean, if the team's willing to trade up, sure.
Which exists.
Be a total game.
Egbuka. You're saying the Cowboys or 49ers? Oh my. I just need to go down. What I think of Miami? Best QB in class, Cam Ward. If you want to see the other picks. Go up there. I mean, I'll go up there briefly. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham, Ashton Genty, Amar Menboo, Tedero McMillan, Kevin Banks, Colson Lava. Now, everyone gets to see. Stop commenting. Sites, NFL Draft Tracker. Lost our whole defense. Yeah, because of the offensive line that has gone off the board, I do think the 49ers were probably going defense here. I was very adamant in the pre-draft process that I thought the 49ers would go with someone on the offensive line. That has not happened. Cam Ward went to the Titans, obviously. Tyler Warren to the Cowboys would be cool. I don't think that's where they're going to go. I could see the Cowboys trading down right now because they're still on the clock, and the 49ers pick has been in for a minute. No, the Saints did not draft Sanders. Thoughts on Browns pick? The Browns getting Mason Graham is cool. I like the fact that they added draft pieces to build for the future. They're kind of rebuilding that war chest. Maybe they're getting ready to trade up for a quarterback next year. Or if they feel like they need to trade up for a quarterback next year. What is... I don't even know what that is, but appreciate... Big booty Latino. Thoughts on the New Orleans pick? I like drafting offensive line. I'm a fan of drafting offensive line.
Hello from United States Forces.
Cowboys trade back. If someone's willing to trade up with the Cowboys, I can see that happening.
Marine Corps and Navy. We are proud to announce that this year we are celebrating our 250th anniversary.
Colts drafting Shador would be pretty funny. Anthony Richardson, Shador Sanders, and Daniel James in the same quarterback room is funny. That would be something else. That's all I have to say there. Appreciate the rose, Rick, I'm going to say. And the follows. 400 new followers this stream. What about the Saints being dumb? I don't think the Saints are being dumb. Drafting offensive line. You can't be mad at the Saints for drafting offensive line. There's a lot, like, when I was talking about them, when other people have been talking. All right, let's be quiet. Should we be quiet for the 49ers pick? Is there going to be a whole speech, or are we going to get to see it? Bears pick. I like it. I like it. Not expecting it, but I like it.
The San Francisco 49ers select Mykel Williams.
Mykel Williams. Shout out to whoever said they were going to draft Mykel Williams. You got that right. Adding an edge rusher, the 49ers went defense.
He was a 5-star recruit from Columbus, Georgia.
Oh, I didn't want to go all the way here. I thought that was just going to pop up. 6'5", 260. He's got the size to play edge. Gets to play opposite Nick Bosa. So I think that's a good pick for them. I don't hate it. 49ers fans, how we feeling? Rams are pick 26, I believe. Cowboys, I mean, it feels like they're trying to trade the pick if there's a minute left on the clock, unless they're just teasing us by not putting the pick in. It's the NFL Draft app. Or not Draft app, NFL Draft Tracker website.
He has a strong run defender off the edge, but as a pass rusher, I thought a little bit more work. That pass rush specialist.
Falcons pick, Bears pick. I mean, they must love Colston Loveland. I mean, I know they have what's his face under contract, right? But Colston Loveland isn't as much an inline tight end. He's more of a slot, big tight end. Ben Johnson, he clearly, I mean, he went out, got his interior offensive line, built that up. Now he has Colston Loveland. He clearly has a types of players he wants to add to the team. I think it's a little interesting they went tight end over getting someone like Amarian Hampton. It feels like the Bears definitely going to get a running back in the second round. Did they get Judkins? Did they get Henderson? How far does Amarian Hampton fall? I think that's interesting. I don't like Sanders, so I don't know who you're saying we there. I need you to say the team instead of we. The chat is going way too fast for you to say we. Who do you think the Eagles? The Eagles are praying someone talented from Georgia falls. It seems like they only draft Georgia players recently. Well, last year they didn't in the first round. Do you think the Cowboys are going to take Sanders? No. Do you think the Giants will pick Milroe? I like Milroe on day 2. Some people would hate that. Milroe on day 2 is cool. I think McCord later in the draft is cool. Dart or Shador on day 2 is cool. I just didn't want Dart to the Giants 3rd overall. That's the only thing I didn't want. Warren has not been picked yet. So, unless the Cowboys draft him or the Dolphins decide they need a tight end, Warren is going to go to the Colts where everyone was saying he's going to go, which I would be thrilled if I was a Colts fan. And I'm surprised Loveland went before him. All right, Cowboys pick is in. It's not a fantasy draft. What are you talking about? It's the NFL draft.
Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker. I mentioned, for those that were here earlier, not a surprise. And if you're a Cowboys fan, do not hate on the pick. If I'm a Cowboys fan, the Cowboys have literally developed every single offensive lineman they have drafted, and they always work out. So I am not mad if I'm a Cowboys fan. You want a running back, ideally. Ideally, Gentry didn't go 6 overall, and you're able to draft Gentry. But Cowboys, don't be mad at that. If you're a Cowboys fan, maybe you think I'm lying because I'm a Giants fan. And I love how excited Tyler Booker is if you guys are also watching the draft. But I'm not mad at that. I like it. Building up the offensive line. Zach Martin just retired. Build the offensive line. I like that. Matt Golden. Golden's flashy, but he's not offensive line, which is where you're going to build in the run game and also protect Dak Prescott, who has been getting injured a lot recently. So I'm a fan of that. James Pierce. James Pierce may fall out of the first round. Thoughts on Will Campbell? I like Will Campbell to the Patriots. I like the fact they decided to build offensive line, actually protect Drake May. They have some offensive talent. They got a little bit, and they can maybe add more on day 2. What are you seeing the results on? NFL Draft Tracker. Appreciate the roses, Cove Burke and Chris earlier. I don't know if I missed that. Appreciate the follows for everyone that's been following. Why hasn't Shedeur been picked? I mean, it's self-explanatory. People just don't like him that much. He's not overly athletic compared to some other prospects we've seen. So we just haven't seen it yet. Loveland, I like Loveland to the Bears. I mean, people are going to say Jerry strikes again, and I have been a Jerry Jones hater. I think it's a big reason the Cowboys have struggled, but I don't think the draft and Jerry's decisions in the draft are what have caused the Cowboys to falter. It's how they've handled free agency. I mean, with the Amari Cooper saga a few years ago, trading him away basically for nothing to the Browns, doing nothing with the money they got from that, and not really adding high-quality, talented free agents. They didn't do it again. So free agency and Jerry Jones' cheapness with free agents is where they faltered. They picked good players. I mean, they've hit on all the offensive line people they picked. I don't think Jerry blew it. Making it wide receiver 2 later. Maybe they trade up for wide receiver 2. Abdul Carter, I mean, one of the best players in the draft, obviously. Bengals taking, right now, I'd say Jahad Campbell or Kenneth Grant. Walter Nolan potentially if he keeps falling. Miami, if you sell this pick, you don't know if the Dolphins are going to sell the pick. They haven't even, or the player hasn't played yet for them.
On Get Up all morning long. Let's talk to Verizon Business. Takes us down to the stage, and Molly McGrath is with Tyler Booker. Molly.
Tyler, a lot
Who's
of
saying about
emotion from
switching
your
teams?
family in the green room. You came out onto this stage with a lot of emotion. What's going through you?
Oh my, I can't even keep up with this chat. Who should Miami pick?
It's truly a blessing.
I mean, they need a few things, right? The offensive line they need. Teron Armstead just retired. But are you going Josh Simmons? Are you worried about his knee injury, potentially? I think, what's his face? Walter Nolan here would be super interesting and cool. Do they go Tyler Warren? Potentially. Jalen Ramsey, trade rumors. Maybe they go somewhere in the Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron could be interesting direction.
Multiple championships. I can't wait to further this tradition of success in Dallas. I'm so excited.
Congratulations, Tyler.
Thank you so much.
Mike, sorry, I just missed that. I got a text.
The emotion of moments like this. Look at him and his family. And now, as we continue to watch
Isaiah may be joining us here shortly.
we also bring you tonight something special from NFL star George Kittle and his
who do I think the Cowboys are going to... I like the Cowboys pick. I love it.
which will be available only in theaters.
Genty, Raiders. Travis went to the Jaguars. Warren, good pick. Yeah, I mean, Tyler Warren's going off for the Dolphins or he's going off for the Colts. The website is the NFL Draft Tracker app. Cardinals are going to pick. How many announcers were in the first round? What? Guest announce? I don't know.
I'm looking for sleepers in later rounds.
Thoughts on the 49ers pick? Michael Williams, I think it's cool. If I were them, I would have liked Kelvin Banks or Armand Membu more. I don't have a chair for you. Isaiah's here. Go to live studio. I need to drag the piece. There we go. Alright, back. Can it show us the top? There's the top. Hopefully that's being shown. I can't really see. The top is there. 49ers, Broncos pick. The Broncos haven't picked yet. What am I watching on? I'm watching on YouTube TV, and then this draft tracker is the NFL Draft Tracker. Bears pick. I like Colston Loveland to the Bears. I trust Ben Johnson coming from the Lions. Same way I trust what Aaron Glenn is doing with adding Armand Membu. What do I think about the Patriots pick? I like the Patriots pick. I mean, adding offensive line, protecting Drake May. What could you possibly hate about that? Show top 5. There's a top 5 again. Although the top 5 are literally what was projected outside of there being trades. Cowboys pick, Steelers pick, Broncos pick. We've talked about the Cowboys, and Cowboys we've talked about a few times. Eagles are getting... They're getting whoever falls to them that is the most talented. That is how Howie Roseman drafts.
Breakfast Babes combo is now just $6, featuring IHOP Chef's world famous buttermilk pancakes, crispy hickory smoked bacon, and 2 eggs cooked to order.
Wow.
All for just $6. Part of the new
Missing
$6
every
house savings
single
menu.
Are they able to see? I don't know where. Yeah, you can fit. There you go. Perfect. There we go.
I see you've got the TikTok chat going.
I can't even keep up with this.
Cowboys pick.
Did this just go in the algorithm, or did the TikTok go crazy?
I have not checked. Again, I just got off and went over briefly to see my dogs. Well, I saw a Jack Hoffman in there.
Bro, I mean, we've had 500 followers in one day. That's more than we've had in the last 3 months.
Golden is probably going to go late. Maybe the Chiefs. Probably early day too. I don't think he's getting picked in the first round. I've been very wrong before though. So hey.
Yes, we're trying to read chat, but when you have 3,800 people in the chat.
I know Twitch has a slow-mo thing. Is that a thing for this one now?
I don't know.
Something kind of big.
This is the
Italian brain rot. I also view our live stream that way.
Background quality, extended chat, more chat settings. What is extended chat? Interaction, key viewers, no.
Does not appear to be a slow.
No, never mind. Alright, well we can't go slow mode.
The Dolphins straight up, or is that the pick they always had?
That's a pick they always had. I think
all the good linemen are off the board. I will say Banks,
well, I think that's why the 49ers didn't go. Alright, let me click back here. Where is it? There we go. Dolphins picking.
I mean, what? They went Michael Williams out.
Kenneth Grant.
I told you he was going early, man. Not quite 8 early, but that is the Christian Wilkins replacement. If you can develop him at all as a run defender, that is the best defensive player in the draft outside of Carter and Graham. He is a beast. He's just not quite there yet.
Now, as a Michigan fan,
does
he offer a little bit more pass rush upside over Mason Graham?
I wouldn't say over Mason Graham. Mason Graham got stuck with the majority of the double teams. That pick is ain't quick for the Colts. That's Tyler Warren.
Oh, how'd you feel about Colston Loveland?
I wasn't pleased with that. Since Warren's about to be picked, I'll talk about the tight ends a little bit.
You might want to orientate yourself this way. That way your voice goes towards the mic.
Let me see what I look like on the TikTok. The thing with Loveland, he can actually get open at a much higher rate. He's basically a big slot receiver who's 250 pounds and can do some stuff in traffic. Warren, it's hard to get the ball in his hands. He's not exactly a good route runner. The contested catch stuff, he can have a bunch of contested catches. There's a reason he did some wildcat stuff, did some running back stuff. They threw so many screens to him. He's great with the ball in his hands, but it's hard to get it to. And if you have Anthony Richardson throwing him the ball, it's not going to be a smooth connection. Like Johnson had Laporta who could get open. Johnson has a bunch of slot guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown who he can use to get open at Detroit. So the Loveland pick makes sense for the Bears. It's a better fit than Tyler Warren was. I know you're high on Tyler Warren, but fit-wise, Loveland is way better.
So Shedeur Sanders still on the board.
Casual, I'm shocked by that. The Saints.
Atlanta Falcons
coming up pick 15.
Do they do it again? Does the Falcons GMs do it again in draft? Potentially.
No, they're not doing it. They're not that committed to the fit. The Falcons are not that funny. Sad but true.
What would be the Falcons selling? Obviously, they're not going quarterback. Who would be a funny pick for the Falcons? Outside of, can they do it again this year?
With Jalen Walker sitting on the board, with Jahad Campbell sitting on the board, Mike Green would be a funny pick. It'd just be furthering down on, hey, we're not picking Georgia players. We're not picking that many SEC guys. Also, go back over the picks in.
Well, the pick has been in for 90 years. Judkins. Where do we think Judkins is going to go?
The unemployment line.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Judkins will wind up on somebody's roster and eventually bounce around for 5-6 years before he's not a feature premium running back. He's not going to be one of the guys people prioritize day two. There's no Caleb Johnson. He's not even the best running back on his team. There's some areas depending on the
Colts
offense.
pick is
I
in.
would take Cam Scott.
I think the Cowboys cooked, yes.
The Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren.
Shock! Wow, the Colts got Tyler Warren.
To be fair, if he told me, hey, Tyler Warren's going to be the second tight end to go off the board, I would have said, okay, the Colts are going to Loveland. But he seems very excited about it. I have to catch passes from who? Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson?
Both at one time. You know, the Colts, maybe they're going to put Daniel Jones in at receiver, put him in motion for him to throw some passes.
I think if somebody is going to be a receiver in that quarterback room, it's going to be the guy who runs for 4.40 and can actually run in a straight line without falling over.
Where do we think Hampton is going? At this point, the Broncos.
I wouldn't use a first-round pick on him, but
maybe is he going to go to the Eagles like you've brought up in previous mock drafts?
That'd be cooking. Look, if I was the Eagles, I'd rather have Caleb Johnson, but Hampton's a little bit more versatile, so hey.
Does Luther Burden go to the Browns in the second?
Be a very good pick if he does. Luther Burden's the second best receiver in the class. That Panthers pick was terrible, by the way.
You didn't like the Panthers
No,
pick?
that was a horrible pick.
I like the Panthers getting them a receiver to pair opposite.
The wrong one. If you wanted a receiver, you should have traded down and tried to get someone better. He's a similar physical archetype to Leggett, too. He's a big body guy. Leggett's more of a field stretcher, but he also can't catch the ball. I would have gone tight end unless you were high on your Katie and Sanders for some reason.
But having Tetero on the outside with Leggett, and then having Adam Thielen, who's old, but you know can operate.
Adam Thielen's gonna have to translate because Tet's from Polynesia and Xavier Leggett's from Rock Hill, South Carolina. There have never been two geographically further apart players drafted in back-to-back first rounds by a team.
Appreciate the follow. We are up to 594 new followers.
You know, they should hold the NFL draft every day. So
yeah, let's do it. Yeah, NFL draft. And then we'll be at 100K followers by next season.
Yeah, we'll load up the stream every
New lightning bolt from Dilly Dill coming back. Sent 2 roses. Jay Him sent roses. Appreciate the roses. Who do I think the Eagles should take? I mean, a few of you guys.
Participating in the YouTube, by the way.
Jackie Boy is the only one who tuned into the YouTube.
Jackie Boy's a better man than the rest.
And it is possible to see the YouTube comments when these comments are going so quickly. Has Shedeur Sanders? No, he's not been picked.
They played hot to go yet.
Giants trade up and take Shedeur.
Exactly 2 people in the YouTube, and I'm one of them. So it appears the audience is coagulated here.
That is where the chat. That is where the action is. We're almost at 100K likes. Get us to 100K. 68,000 unique viewers. Preston sent a rose. He sent a chili. Look at Preston.
Financially, was that quite deep? Did someone just throw a penny at us?
Mason rose. I think that's what the roses are.
So just throwing penny. I'm joking.
Do we think
penny?
What do you think about the 49ers pick Michael Williams?
If they're looking for the best edge rusher in the class, I mean, he's got the physical upside. Walker was always going to be more of a project. And if they're looking for immediate production, which they clearly are because they're in their window and don't feel like developing, you got to play 2 positions. He's the better pick. Mike Green's probably a better player, but he's got the SA issues. James Pierce, I think he's worse. He may have had more production, but he's also less refined in the coaching stuff. If that locker room melts down, it's not going to be because of Michael Williams.
Appreciate the rose, Alex, and the Preston keeps sending random stuff.
And the good news is San Francisco has a ton of Ubers, Lyfts, that type of service. So as a Georgia player, that's just the natural fit, so he doesn't have to drive his car ever.
Quinn Ewers, probably unemployment line. We have some comments in the YouTube chat. We got it. What do they say?
When will Cam Skattebo
Who do we think the Buccaneers should take? When will Cam Skattebo go?
The Buccaneers should take the best defensive player available, and if all the good ones are gone, I go Luther Burden. And Skattebo's I'll be nice and say a late day 2 guy. He could be a very effective piece to an offense.
Yes, Travis Hunter got 2nd overall. Skattebo to San Fran. That'd be an interesting pairing with having him and McCaffrey in the same backfield. Certainly a little bit of thunder and lightning if McCaffrey's Achilles are intact.
The racists are just going to congregate the 49ers per usual. I can't wait to see that effing longest yard clip 1,000 times after every 49ers game. That's how a white man runs football. Skattebo needs to shave his head and get the mustache and fully commit to that bit if he gets drafted by San Fran.
Who do we think the Seahawks will take? Now, I think if we're picking for the Seahawks, we're probably going someone along the lines of Gray Zabel, or you threw out.
Gray Zabel.
Well, I know you don't like Zabel, but into your offensive line, you would hope maybe a Donovan Jackson, maybe anyone who
Simmons
can play
is
guard.
Still on the board. Connerly is.
Yeah, but you're not bouncing Simmons inside unless you want him
You
to
can
play
play him
tackle.
at right tackle too, if you really wanted to. I'm not sure. They had injuries at that position, and it's easy to flex guys around once they get caught at NFL speed. And the Cowboys made a great pick, Skibbity Chicken 42. The Tyler Booker pick's fine. I would have been very happy if the Vikings picked him.
Genty, the next Barkley. All right, who else? I need to move this back.
You can also check and see if they've actually made the selection.
You can see over here they have not. It's relatively synced up. Who do I think the Seahawks will take? Genty, the next part. We have 9 viewers in the YouTube chat now. Look at that. Loveland is Ben Johnson's new. So that is kind of how I view it. That's how I view it, and I like the pick.
Loveland tracks a lot closer to LaPorta than Tyler Boyd did, so it's also a lot closer to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
We're also streaming on YouTube if you want to go
I
there.
don't think you can say that app's name. TikTok is going to assassinate it. TikTok's going to have words with you.
Who do we think the Lions will pick?
Landon Jackson.
I know, 2.8K. That is by far the most we've ever had. 115K likes, 650 new followers. Appreciate everyone that's been supporting, following, joining. If you want to subscribe to the YouTube, check us out there. We try and upload podcasts every week. You've probably seen our TikTok content before, potentially. I don't know.
Yeah, there are really any obnoxious takes about the Giants and or the Bears, the Vikings. They have probably originated over here. Any anti-SEC takes, so that's kind of in vogue right now.
Thoughts on Pete Carroll to the Raiders? I like Pete Carroll.
Old.
On the Raiders, gets Genty, gets his guy. I like it.
I mean, how long is Pete Carroll going to keep coaching? He's got like 3-4 more years left. Him and Geno Smith are probably going to have a down final year of their contract and just ride off into the sunset together. But it is too early to draft the next quarterback, so I'm not upset they didn't go together. Do they have their second round pick this year?
Who?
The Raiders.
I believe so.
I conceivably could either
Came
go
from
Packers.
TikTok. Appreciate everyone tuning in now on the YouTube. We're looking at both chats, so we're trying to get to both of them. Falcons need Sanders. Don't. Someone took that seriously.
You know, I can help.
No, we don't think the Falcons need
Get the
Banks.
Primes back in Atlanta. They need to be there, man. They need to be there.
Who do the Ravens take?
Who cares? The Ravens take someone who can teach Lamar not to choke in the playoffs. I don't know. What are the Ravens need? James Pierce, sure. The Ravens take James Pierce late.
Appreciate you guys coming from TikTok. Subscribe to our YouTube channel too if you're over there.
Seriously, stop saying that word. Like the algorithm is listening.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Can you show the earlier picks? Yes. Earlier picks. There you go. Briefly showing earlier picks.
Like, you know the first 4 or 5 are. Down here is where it gets interesting.
See, maybe you try and read those, and I'll try and read these.
I would just try and read.
Can you even read from that far? Oh, you got your glasses on.
These are good ones. I'm just kind of guessing. I'm seeing vague shapes and pretending they're words.
Chicken jockey.
Thoughts on Sanders to the Steelers? If Shedeur Sanders goes to the Steelers, that shows a distinct lack in belief in Mason Rudolph. Which I just can't get behind. Mason Rudolph is Tom's guy. And what do we have here? Roger Goodell sauntering out on the sticks. I like, by the way,
Now we can see everything.
the in memoriam of the 2 guys who passed away, the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award for the Bears pick. And the Packers fans were not booing Roger Goodell, but immediately when he started talking about the current move, they started booing him. That shows the Packers fans are the best in the business.
All right, we got. Someone said the Saints pick was horrible. I don't think that. Now the Falcons pick.
Kellen Banks is the second best tackle in the class. Now, if you want to see a horrible pick, watch this. They're saying Jalen Walker. They're saying Will Johnson.
Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker, Georgia player.
Not a
Look at that.
surprise. Finally.
Kind of a surprise.
I mean, not really. For how long have the Falcons seen all of this great talent be in state, playing at Georgia, and they haven't drafted any of them. So now they get Jalen Walker, can play a little bit of both, can play on the edge, can play off-ball linebacker some. I don't think that's bad. The website is the NFL Draft Tracker website. Hot take, but I think more teams need Shiloh Sanders than Shedeur Sanders.
You know, there's a little bit of weight to that. You can always use another body on the scout team, and you've already got your scout team quarterback, so really you need another one in Shedeur.
I don't know about that. We're up to
the Saints didn't make a horrible pick, by the way. Kelvin Banks is really good. He's actually got positional versatility, unlike Will Campbell. A lot of people talk about Campbell moving inside the guard. Banks actually can do that at a high level, and he allowed 1 earned sack in 1,400 pass rush snaps. The other 3 were entirely on Quinn Ewers. Dude is a beast. Played in the Big 12, played in the SEC at the highest level. Banks is a good tackle. He's not a flashy pick. He's not going to fix the Saints' issues, but no one pick can fix the Saints'
Hey,
issues.
someone on
pick Mahomes at 9, and it wouldn't fix their problems.
Someone on TikTok sent us sausages.
I have no clue how much those are worth.
I don't know how much those are
throwing pennies at us.
The 49ers picked Michael Williams. We all need everything else stacked. Scroll down when the Eagles have not picked yet. Will Green or Will Johnson, depends on who is picking.
Will Green's not a real player. Mike Green's probably going to the Bengals.
The Bears picked Colston Loveland. We like the pick there.
Malachi Starks is probably in play for the Cardinals here.
Well, interior they have Walter Nolan here. Refresh. Walter Nolan, potentially.
Both the top 2 cornerbacks outside of Hunter are still there, so.
Corner could be on the board, too, for the Cardinals. What do we think about what the Browns did? I like that they're accumulating picks. I mean, their roster is horrible.
They got the best defensive player in the draft, which is also nice. Like, the difference between
slow down.
and Mason Graham is positional value. And even then, I think at the collegiate level, Mason Graham was better and certainly part of a more winning organization.
Of course, they're going to propagate that now.
I've been propagating that for a long time, man.
Thoughts on Burden to the Chiefs, potentially?
I'd be very upset. I think Burden's the second best wide receiver in the class, or first, depending on if you think Hunter's a cornerback.
I think the Chiefs go Josh Connerly. They may trade up to get Connerly at this point with the way offensive line has been going off the board.
You don't think they stack Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, and Luther Bird on top? I mean, Burden is right there. It's Missouri, it's Kansas City. Those 2 are close.
Potentially. I just don't see it. I don't know. Thank you for the follow, Aiden Landon on TikTok. Appreciate it.
I think Will Levis was a bust. That is an aggressive prediction. It's still far too early, even though the Titans just drafted his replacement.
Hey, maybe they'll trade him to the Vikings. Give him another young quarterback.
Get the reclamation project going. I think Levis is like 5 years older than JJ, but
Will Johnson has been falling. In Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, they had it Will Johnson falling to the 2nd round. I don't know if that'll actually happen here.
If he falls past Minnesota and they choose not to pick him, I'm going to be upset. Will Johnson's the best corner of the draft.
Where you have this on? We are on the NFL Draft Tracker website, and
I think they just want your address, man. You want me to drop the ad?
we live in Minnesota. In my opinion, I feel like this is from Neelis on YouTube. In my opinion, I feel like the Saints pick was bad because Kelvin Banks is good, but they need a legit QB, so they could have taken. I mean, if you
well, one, there's not a legit QB, so let's start off with that. And 2, what don't they need a legit version of? There is no shot that team can compete for a playoff spot this year. Maybe you think the NFC South is so terrible they got a shot, but then you're just spinning your wheels and getting wild card around it. They need to pick good players. They need to pick players who will stick around that team for a while, and they need to pick non-controversial players given their recent history. And Banks checks all those boxes.
We have a Saints fan saying they wish they would have kept Fields instead of having to draft a quarterback this year. Or, I mean, you may wind up with Aaron Rodgers still. I mean, I'm assuming it was a Steelers fan saying they wish they kept Fields. So I meant Steelers, sorry.
This could be the Kyler Murray replacement, by the way. We've not been talking about the Cardinals going quarterback here.
Do they go receiver here?
No,
Josh Simmons has been talked about a lot.
Yeah, by us. I think we have been the primary ones propagating the Ohio State tackle tandem.
No, I've seen that take a lot. Levis is a QB1 for memes, and that's about it. Yeah, probably.
Hey, elite physical upside.
Opinion on Panthers getting McMillan. He hates it. I like it.
It's an egregious overpick. He's the 4th best receiver in the class. We had the worst defense in football last year, and have a bunch of premier defensive players sitting on the board. They could have traded up into the second round, a guy really solid wide receiver to pair with Leggett. Instead, they're just trying to double down and are going to lose every game 40 to 55.
Broncos taking Omarion Hampton. I would like it. I also like them if they take like a receiver, Golden or something like that.
Yeah, Knicks needs all the help he can get.
Cardinals picking Walter Nolan. I that's one I just mentioned.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
not.
you're reading off the probable picks from the screen.
No, I was reading best players available because I've forgotten his name every time I've wanted to talk about him.
The dude from Ole Miss, not named Jackson Dart.
Yeah, the good player from Ole Miss.
Hey, speak for yourself, man. Jackson Dart,
Well,
franchise quarterback.
let's not
Birmingham
downplay.
Stallions.
Let's not downplay Amos, right? He's also from Ole Miss.
The cornerback dude, yeah, he's pretty good. I could see him sliding in there late in the first round. I don't think the Eagles or the Chiefs really need a cornerback.
Thoughts on the Giants getting Carter? I mean, it was consensus. We knew it was going to happen. I like it. It wasn't Shador. That's a good thing.
The interesting part is what do they do with Thibodeau, who they just said, hey, we're going to extend this guy. And the follow-up to that is, do you really think Abdul Carter can survive playing on MetLife turf? Which is not really a unique question to Abdul Carter, even though he's got injury concerns. Every player who sets foot on MetLife field is just rolling the dice. And eventually they're going to come up double sixes, and it's going to be over for them. But
Tyler, appreciate the heart puffs, the roses. Appreciate the follows for everyone that's been following and sharing the live. I've seen that pop up a few times. Can we show the lineup from the top? I'll scroll to the top again.
I'm going to keep it up there a little bit longer.
There we go. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter. I'm not going to read them all. There's too many now. I can't. Oh, we can pronounce the names. We got good pronunciations over here.
Good pronunciations.
Shiloh Sanders has not been drafted. Is getting drafted for. Do I think Sanders is getting drafted first round?
Yes. Someone is going to trade up for that.
If the Steelers pass on him, I think there's some real legs to that take. Also, someone has a hot take. Chad Massive in the YouTube chat.
Chad Massive, what a take.
Burden is the best receiver in the class and would have been a top 10 pick last year if he kept the same production.
That's a good take. I mean, he's fallen off largely due to the production and some questions about effort, which, hey, they were losing 45 to 12 to Alabama, so I was giving up on that one too. Burton's awesome. Really good route runner, really good deep threat, stretches the defense better than most people. Very good contested catch guy. Maybe think Travis Hunter's better at that, but after him, it's clearly Burton. Much better in traffic than Tet. Much better in traffic than Golden. Any of the top guys, you can name their traits. Aside from just flat out straight line 40 speed, Burton is probably better.
As far as, like, I know people have been hating on the Saints pick drafting offensive line. There's some Saints fans that wanted Shador Sanders. I think this also tells us a little bit about Derek Carr's health, because I know that shoulder injury was rumored, but the fact they didn't immediately go quarterback at 9 and draft, I know Jackson Dart has been throwing that, any quarterback, I feel like kind of tells us that he's going to play this season. It gives a little bit more information that way.
I mean, he fell off production-wise, too, because outside of Mimbu, a majority of their offensive line, still talking to the YouTube chat about Luther Burden, by the way. Outside of Mimbu, their O-line wasn't great. Cook wasn't getting that much time in the pocket, and there was some eye candy. So, like, Missouri did not have a good offensive system last year for individual production.
Will Johnson has not been picked yet. Thoughts on the Dolphins pick? The Dolphins, who they pick? Kenneth Grant? I like that for the Dolphins. I mean, it replaces Christian Wilkins, like you mentioned earlier. It gives them a replacement there. Gives them someone to pair next to Chop Robinson. Also helps them stop the run. So I think they needed to improve on defense, and they did exactly that.
Their defense was pretty good before they really started getting hurt in the back half of 2024. So it could be a solid unit. Tua still needs time, and I don't think reaching on offensive linemen like Zabel or Booker. Was Booker even on the board for the Dolphins pick? No, he wasn't.
No, he's off the board for Cowboys.
I don't think reaching on a Gray Zabel, a Connerly, a Simmons would have been the right move. They need to do something about that offensive line.
Well, I for one am
Dart to Pitt. If Jackson Dart goes before Shador Sanders, the narratives we are going to see on Twitter tomorrow, the memes we'll see tonight about Jackson Dart over Shador Sanders.
Are they going to call a black head coach racist? Yes.
Hot take. The Tet McMillan draft pick wasn't bad because Bryce... That's not exactly... I mean, he thinks it was bad. I don't think it was bad. Gets to develop around a young wide receiver. If I was in charge of their next pick, I would take a player to build their O-line.
Okay, so
They
they got
need
the worst
defense,
defense
though.
in football. Their O-line wasn't that bad last year. Their young tackles are developing. And you'd say, yeah, let's throw another pick at the offense after we bombed free agency defensively, after we overpaid J.C. Horn to the tune of $25 million a year for the next half decade. That defense is going to be a mess, man. And hey, if it's about developing Bryce Young and Canales as a long leash, maybe that's the correct approach.
Parkside, why are you about to crash out? And who's talking about pulling a second mortgage? I pulled a second mortgage on my house and placed a bet that Shador's top 5. I mean, if you placed any significant amount of money on Shador going in the top 10, that was a very risky gamble.
I mean,
I don't know
depends on
what the
when
odds
you placed
were.
That bet. Prior to the season starting, it was pretty high. I think it was the mock #1 pick. At the very least, he was certainly mock top 5.
Well, he kind of only fell as we got closer to the draft. It was, again, I said it. I made a TikTok about it. I said he was going to fall. Media hype machine was the reason Sanders was being mocked so high, in my opinion.
Well, that he had a good junior year. There are a lot of reasons he's being mocked so high. You also were the beneficiary of Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and Joe Flacco all signing to QB-needy teams. This has got to be Mike Green, right? It's got to be. Criminal from Ohio. It's the perfect thing to pick.
I mean, it could be Will Johnson. I can see Will Johnson going secondary here.
Their secondary is not the issue, though. Like,
Mike Green, Jahad Campbell's an option, gives him some pass rush upside, excellent in man coverage, as a linebacker, that is. In zone coverage, from what I've seen, it's a little bit more sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, if the Panthers were to trade,
What was the Broncos have not picked yet. Seahawks trade out of the first round. I mean, they're on the clock right now.
You know, given who's gone off the board, I would not take that. At the very least, trade back.
The Seahawks better not take Jackson Dart. I'd be very surprised if the Seahawks won quarterback.
Yeah, if the Seahawks go quarterback, that shows
Bengals pick is in. We have someone saying Will Johnson. We have other. I don't know what other people have said.
I was saying they would take Will Johnson.
All right, let's see. Let's see. Don't tell me. It's not over here.
They're saying Stewart. They're saying Mike Green. They're saying a lot of things. Oh, we
Shamar Stewart.
That was a Dan Campbell pick. They're going to be disappointed by that one. I could have seen him falling to the Lions. They are going Landon Jackson with that 28th overall selection.
Well, we've seen, I've seen people talk about how the Bengals front office drafts. Mike Green is a little bit smaller of an edge rusher. Shamar Stewart, 6'6", 267, I think is what he weighed in at. Trey Hendrickson, I think, is a little bit bigger, so they like the powerful DNs, I think, a little bit more, or bigger DNs, I should say.
Yeah, but given how the last 3 or 4 drafts have gone from the Bengals, it may perhaps be time to rebrand their draft approach. So they've just got duds on the defensive line, assuming Chris Jenkins does himself, which of course we believe he will. But that is not a bad pick. It's just limited production on Georgia is one thing. Limited production on Texas A&M is another thing.
Yeah,
like,
but
he only had one other NFL guy on the defensive line. The Georgia guys have 5 other defensive line, and they're playing through all those day 2 or earlier.
First overall relative athletic score, though. Saquon Barkley liked the live. Maybe Saquon's going to follow the live.
I really don't think that's the actual Saquon Barkley.
Malachi, appreciate the likes, appreciate the follows. Thank you, Trayvon for the follow, Arjun for the follow.
I mean, Sanders is not performing in big games. What big games did he play in where he was coming out as opposed to a remotely comparable talent level backing him up? Well, I guess the bowl game, but do we really care about bowl games? The Mormons beating up on them, is that such a big deal to us?
You're still reading that chat, right?
I'm reading
Okay.
I got 2 eyes, man, and this one's partially blind. I can kind of rotate out.
Big, he's young, a lot of time to develop. Yeah, I mean, you weren't big on Shamar Stewart when we were doing mock drafts, but #1 RAS score. He's athletic, good against the run, will help the Bengals on that front as far as having a talented edge player there. I mean, he's so athletic.
It's a defensive player. Let's just say that. So it's not a bad pick for the Bengals.
The Bengals just get an A based off that.
They did not screw it. It was either an A or an F grade. One or the other. They got the A. Good for you, Cincinnati. You were still going to be subjugated by the Steelers and the Ravens.
They've not completely soiled it.
Also, I refined my take on Grace Davis a little bit. I went back and watched pretty much all the snaps.
Thanks, Greeny. Shamar,
Would you like some more nuance here? You got texting you.
My friend.
Young Hunter. Saying, oh man, that Abdul Carter pick stinks. We got a real Tyler Booker player in there who's going to pull out and blow up Abdul Carter the first chance he gets.
When do we think these receivers are going to go off the board? Because Egbuka's on the board, Burden's on the board, Golden's on the board. Broncos at 20 is an option, but they may be looking at Hampton.
19. Because the Buccaneers could also take a receiver. I'd go defense. I'd go Will Johnson if he was still available, which it looks like he's going to be.
With Kenneth Grant being off the board, Loveland being off the board, it feels like the Chargers... Will Johnson, maybe Jim Harbaugh brings in Will Johnson, but it feels like they may go someone like Golden and get a receiver too.
Yeah, the Will Johnson's the one I was kind of confident Harbaugh wouldn't take, but I didn't think he'd have the option to take him. Their secondary's not good. Talent-wise, it's not great. I mean, they were schemed up well, they were able to perform well, the defense was not an issue, but... I don't know, Grace Zabel feels like the pick, and I'll elaborate on what I was saying about Grace Zabel. I watched every single one of the snaps from 2024, and they're running an inside zone scheme where he's not getting matched up too often on 4 eyes or really fast 3 techniques and pass protection. I think he can be a fine, good NFL player, but if they're running an outside zone scheme, if they're having him pull and not just kick out defensive ends and go try and block linebackers or quarterbacks in space, he is going to whip those blocks every single time. He may be fast, he may have a good vertical, he is not quick, and he's not changed direction at all. Guy on the left. Which one's on the left?
I'm on the left.
You know, the standards are just falling and falling.
I think that was Hunter, though.
The degenerates in the TikTok chat, the frothers in the mouth have gone wild. Like, the Seahawks run inside zone a lot, and they're going to be running in between the tackles with Kenneth Walker primarily. I wouldn't hate him going there. I think you can try and stick him on a team. I'm trying to think of an example. You stick him on a team. Who runs outside zone a lot?
I don't know.
The Chargers didn't run well at all, so.
Thoughts on the Cowboys pick? We both really like the Cowboys pick. Opinion on Bengals pick. I like the pick. They went defense. That's the only thing that matters.
I would have gone Mike Green, but hey.
Defense is, you know, you just got to be happy.
And there
here's the Seahawks pick. Here comes the Seahawks pick. Don't tell us.
It's already up on the screen.
Is it actually?
Yes.
Oh. Was that in a while ago?
Yeah, not a while ago. You might need to refresh this. Like, it's a fine pick from Seattle, man. He's playing in a cold weather environment. It's an offensive lineman. I don't hate the pick as much as I thought I would upon initial viewing, but if you try and make him play tackle, or if you try and run a bunch of outside zone stuff where he's pulling or in space, or try to reach defensive ends, he's not going to be good.
I just like that they're not neglecting interior offensive line for once.
I mean, 2 guards. We're not saying this so confidently. Zabel played tackle his final
He's
year.
listed as a guard.
I know, but he played tackle. Look, that's a tackle. He's lined up at the left tackle. Maybe you think he's going to do a Cody Mockin move inside. I don't know. I should. Maybe you should move all the way. No, they shouldn't move him to center. They got the Olu with Tim, who's pretty good. But I don't know, man.
Hunter is listed as a DB and receiver on, at least on the NFL website.
Well, since I've got the chat here, I'll give you my opinion on Hunter. I think you're going to get like top 10 level production, maybe late top 10 level production at his primary position, whether it be wide receiver or cornerback. Then you're going to get like late second, early third round production at the secondary position, because you just got lower snap counts, and it's not going to be quite as influential. That's still a really good pick, definitely worth the number 2 overall selection. But if you're thinking he's going to be an all-pro on both sides of the ball, I think it's the NFL.
May happen.
May happen. So this is where we can either see receivers start to go with whoever they like the most, or it's Will Johnson.
Cam Ward's nonchalant stuff won't fly surrounded on the Titans O-line.
You know, they got Kevin Zeidler. They've developed Skoronski, all right. Latham coming into year 2. Dan Moore. Dan Moore gave up the most sacks in the NFL last year, and that's kind of not his fault. Given who was behind him, they were nonchalant too. Russ and Justin Fields just palming the football over and over again as Trey Hendrickson blows their backs.
Thoughts on Cowboys taking Booker? We both really like it. I think when it comes to the Cowboys drafting offensive line, almost everyone they've picked the last few years in the first round, it's been highly criticized on draft night, and they've all worked out. So I don't think you can really hate the Cowboys that much with whatever offensive line they decide to draft.
Also, at their primary positions, and if you want to talk about highest floor in the draft, Tyler Booker has the highest floor of any offensive lineman. Maybe you think Campbell bumps inside as some fantastic guard there, whatever. The floor of Booker is really high. The ceiling, maybe you value the Raz more than I do, but he's just a big, physically powerful. He's like Zabel in a way. If you run inside zone like the Cowboys do, he's going to be just fine. But if you ask him to go out in space, then you're pushing. Is that updated yet? No.
Someone said, "How does dude in the back look 14 and 41 at the same time?"
It's a unique talent. I like to balance it out.
I want to know what 14-year-old has that facial hair.
I think that's the 41-year-old part. Maybe I should have got the sunglasses. You got a pair of shades around here. So I
do not.
Eli Manning signed footballs in attendance.
All right, appreciate you, Gene, for tuning in. I don't know if we'll stream tomorrow. With this kind of turnout, maybe we have to.
I don't think so. I'm going to be just cranking out TikToks.
Check my text.
Tomorrow.
Melty, cheesy, flaky,
hey, Mom, I'm trying to stream the draft here.
Luke said, "I'm starting to think Isaiah doesn't know ball. Bro's just waffling."
Okay. And what exactly was that about specifically?
I don't know. What was that about specifically?
What don't I know, Paul, about this time?
Yes, no Sanders still. The Panthers. The Panthers drafted Tedero McMillan. Will Johnson to the Chargers. I could see it. Who do the Lions take at 28? Mike Green if he's available.
Nope. Well, I think they can deal with the James Pierce character concerns. The Mike Green character concerns are a bit much. Although if you got that big defensive end in Hutch, maybe you go the weak side guy and Mike Green, the smaller in between.
I think Dan Campbell might be able to teach him a lesson or two.
Teach him a lesson or two. No means no, Mark.
Who did the 49ers get? The 49ers, they drafted Michael Williams.
The phenom out of Georgia.
So who's the first TikTok you're releasing tomorrow?
Yeah, when's Nazir Stackhouse going off the board?
Is he in the draft this year?
He is in the draft this year. Realistically, friend of the program, Nazir, cover years of years. He is going day 3. I don't think anyone's taking a swing on him day 2, unfortunately.
Would you rather have Dart or Sanders?
In what context?
What other context could there be?
I mean, it could be a backup quarterback, could be a project quarterback, could be a day 1 starter. What do you want this pick to be for you?
Do we think Shador goes to Jacksonville second round?
Sure.
I don't know about that one.
You think you can get a 2026 first for T-Law on his contract? I don't think you can.
Appreciate the likes. We're up to 133,000 likes, 797 new followers this stream. And appreciate the 27 gifts we've received. Thank you. Who picked Genty? The Raiders picked Genty. Johnson falls. How does he fall all the way to the Lions?
I'd be very sad if he did, because it means the Vikings passed on. Although if they do, they're probably picking Malachi Starks. So.
I mean, he could fall. People have said he can fall. It's going to fall in the first round just because of his knee injury.
People are stupid, man. Also,
it's not the talent, it's the knee injury.
Is it an elbow injury? Is it an eyeball injury? Who knows? Nick has been in for a while. The Broncos have been on the clock for, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, they're always delaying it. They're showing Shador now, finally.
I don't think Shador's going to the Bucks.
Well, we know he's not going to the Bucks.
Good Lord, man.
Is he going to the Broncos?
The comedically large hat in the background behind Dion as Shador just falls and falls.
Is that Shiloh?
Guys.
No, I don't think so. That looks too old. Too tall. That's diabolical. Appreciate the follow, football. Who do we think the Bills are taking? This is the first round. Come on.
Hopefully not another wide receiver.
Here's the Bucks. Here's the Bucks pick.
I mean, the pick's already in.
It just updated over here.
Oh, man. Not Will Johnson. Let him keep falling. Let him keep falling.
Emeka Egbuka.
Okay, so there you go. I don't like that pick.
You don't like any Ohio State players. Let's be real
here.
That's
exactly why I don't like the pick. But Here's the butt behind it. I don't like that suit. Goodness, man. Some people shouldn't have money. How much do you think that jacket costs? For those of you who can't see, there's this man next to him, maybe his father, his brother, whatever, with this hybrid leopard, snow leopard print suit jacket.
Stop hating on his...
Burn that thing. Spend your first game check on a lighter and some gasoline and set that jacket on fire.
What does everyone think about your drip?
It's a white collared shirt. It's tank top and jeans. It's basic. I'd look a lot better wearing this than that. Anyone would look better wearing this than that.
Egbuka to the Buccaneers is super interesting because Chris Godwin, they paid Chris Godwin.
But then he twisted his ankle all the way around.
But he's coming off that major injury. Mike Evans clearly plays on the outside. Egbuka has lived in the slot. So adding him to pair with Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield throwing the ball, Mike Evans has been dealing with a few injuries. I like the idea of them taking a receiver, so I like the fit with the Buccaneers.
I know it's not exactly an original comp. People have compared him to Justin Jefferson, where collegiately he gets overshadowed by these underclassmen who are just more talented than him. But he can live in the slot. He can actually stretch demons and open these up over the top. I think he's not quite fully polished. Physically, he can get a little bit better in an NFL strength and conditioning program. The route tree's already complete, though. It's a good pick for Tampa Bay. I may have gone somewhere on the defense. Jihad Campbell's still available.
Bro in the back I got some candy in my van gear on.
Probably because of the diamond glasses.
Any chance the Lions take Shador?
Yes, there is a chance.
How good of a chance? I don't know. Who's Nate Carter? Is that even
Who's asked? What's the context?
I don't know. Can we scroll up? Yes,
the
I'll
name
scroll
sounds
up.
familiar. Go to the prospects list and type in Nate Carter.
I will in a second.
I know
there are the players.
Guy in the black hates every pick. Are you wearing gray or does that count as black?
Can I even? I don't even think you can type in.
Well, I'll consult.
Just Google it. Appreciate the follow. Was that the Weg?
Mom earned it for us.
Do you know Ferguson?
Oh, that's the running back from Michigan State. Yeah, that's the issue with him. And I watched him play Michigan when he was their best offensive player. The issue with Carter is he's getting buried in what is a really good and really deep running back class. And there's going to be another running back who probably goes off the board, maybe even at this pick with the Broncos. And then you've got both the Ohio State guys. You've got Scadaboo. You've got Caleb Johnson. You've got Khalil Mullins. You've got Donovan Edwards. You've got a bunch of really talented guys. Dude from Kansas State, Devin Neal. Just a bunch of guys of supreme quality who I'll think of them. Maybe if he gets a shot in the NFL, he can be productive, but you're not going to be hearing from him until very late day 2 and probably mid day 3.
It's the NFL Draft Tracker website. Appreciate the follows, Dwarf, Avery Boyd, Bigfoot. Bigfoot's following us.
We got the Squatch in here.
Do we think the Lions trade J-Mo? I've seen that comment a lot. No, I do not think the Lions trade J-Mo. I would be shocked. I know he's been, an interesting personality.
James, I hear you got a parlay on our pick. You got plus 15,000 Shadur Sanders, but you're gonna be involved in that pick. We're moving up. We're moving up to 21. We're getting your replacement. Luther Burns coming to town. Get the hell out of here. I'd rather trade him, get another rookie on a cheap contract, and move forward instead of giving him a massive extension. That's my honest opinion. Because they're paying a bunch of people. They can't afford to give their wide receiver a ton of money. They're going to have to pay kids at some point here in the next few years. I get why there's talks of trading him. And he's got the character. And he's got the injury issues. And he might be the dumbest person in the NFL. Have you heard that man give an interview?
Who?
Jameson Williams.
Well, his decision-making, I think, kind of shows off.
If you watch that man talk, it all makes sense.
Now, we have the Broncos here at 20. I think what's a little interesting here is we've seen Egbuka go off the board. We've seen Tedero go off the board. You have Luther Burden, and you have Matthew Golden still on the board. The Chargers are probably looking to add a skill position with the guards that have blown off the board, with the oh, by the way, Gray Zabel was changed to guard on the NFL Draft website, so they drafted him as a guard.
None of that matters. What he gets drafted as and what he actually winds up playing are two very different things. I think he plays guard, but his majority of the time was spent at tackle at North Dakota State.
Broncos. A pick is in. Amarion Hampton or a receiver is what I'd imagine.
Could be deep. I mean, Will Johnson's still available. Imagine Will Johnson paired with what they've already got in that secondary with Riley Moss, Pat Surtain. That is a deadly group. Johnny Barron's still on the board.
All
the
the
quarterbacks have gone.
except for Travis Hunter.
Well, I mean, what does he really count as?
Of any receiver the Bucs could have picked, do you think Ibuka was the right move?
I mean, I think Burton's better, but in terms of what the Bucs already have, yeah, he's complimentary to Mike Evans and Bucky Irving.
Yeah, I agree. I think his skill set was a little bit more complimentary. Broncos for Burton, what do you think? I think Broncos taking a receiver, giving Bo Nix someone else to throw the ball to. That will help out the Broncos. It'll help out Sean Payton's play calling too, because I mean last year it was Jerry Jeudy and a bunch of guys. Like that was about it last year. So Texans got Golden. What, the Texans haven't even picked yet. Straight up. Broncos are taking an eternity. A lot of these teams drafting later. The pick has been in for 3 years.
It's taking an eternity. It's the NFL milking it so they can sell more advertisements. Good lord. Burn that suit too.
Stop hating on the drip.
If you're not watching the NFL live stream, go check out what Matthew Golden's wearing.
That website is the NFL Draft Tracker.
If that's alright because his name's Golden, he's got the golden flower got. If he was Matthew Bronze, that suit would be terrible.
Dolphins need to trade Ramsey for Will Johnson.
Do they even have Ramsey?
They still have Ramsey, yes. He's been talked about getting traded.
Broncos?
Oh. No, I didn't say Broncos, did I?
Yeah, you just said the Broncos trade. You mean the
I said Dolphins. If I said Broncos, I'm a dummy. But
also, I don't think any team would accept Jalen Ramsey straight up for a first rounder at this point.
He'd probably go for like a third.
Yeah, with the contract he's gonna have to be paid.
Yes.
Now we got Samuel. I'm sure Samuel has a very sad story. I know what you're about to say. No, it's not the Metcalf's brother.
I was gonna say, is that Jackson Dart?
Now, it's a little bit short to be Jackson Dart, unless the commissioner's like 6'8". But
his wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team.
Let's see who we picking, Samuel.
As his wish comes true.
Johnny Barron won't be too bad. He's more of a slot corner. Moss and Surtain aren't. Get in the crowd high. Boo him, Packers fans. Put him in his place.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Oh, he's not happy with that pick. He's not happy with that pick. That is a phony
He's
reaction.
just nervous, man.
Yeah, he's not happy with the Jahdae Barron pick, man. He was smiling before. He's trying to do the hype thing now. That man is not happy. He realized, oh no, Bo Nix needs all the help he can get.
If I'm a Broncos fan, I actually like that pick, though. Slot corner, you don't need to force him into playing on the outside. You have Patrick Surtain, reigning defensive player of the year, gives you hopefully an elite nickel cornerback, elite slot corner, someone who can also play well against the run. I like that. I'm not mad at that pick if I'm a Broncos fan.
Building on the strengths. I like Will Johnson as a prospect more. I think you could line him up in the slot. I don't know how much zone defense Denver runs, which is where Will Johnson's at his best. I'm really just fighting back here to comment on the little person they had celebrating the pick for Denver. But that would be beneath me. It's a fine pick. Bo Nix needs someone else to throw to, and he needs a running back. Maybe you think they can get something day 2, which they certainly can. I was never as high on Hampton as the consensus seems to be. I don't think he's going in the first round unless it's to the Eagles. You ever get an answer about what I don't know ball about? By the
No,
way?
Luke did not respond.
Well, Luke knows I know ball, so.
Jalen Milroe. A lot of athletic upside. Appreciate the follow, GSP Micah. Thank you.
This is the Shedeur pick.
21. Now, if Shedeur doesn't go off the board here, I mean, what is only none of these teams need a quarterback.
Well, you know,
unless the Rams back up Matthew Stafford,
unless
maybe.
That performance in the Super Bowl is bad enough for Kansas City's looking to move off of the hose.
Vikings?
I've never
Sneaky?
been much of a Jordan Love fan. Kind of limped through last season.
An answer from Aaron Rodgers.
Jackson Dart would be a funny pick.
All right, if the pick is not in yet and they still have 5 minutes on the clock,
where are they saying Terrell pick? I mean, I kind of agree. They didn't get the best player at the position available, and the offense is still devoid of talent.
well, he's more of a slot corner than Will Johnson is.
Yeah, but it's also, you've got 2 good players in your secondary, plus over you Denver's safeties. Do you really need to add another cornerback when your wide receiver room is as bad as it is?
Look at this thing. Anyway, someone took that serious. Average Chiefs fan. Who's he calling? Are they going to show Shedeur Sanders? They're shaking hands. Mike Tomlin smiling.
Mike Tomlin always. Is that Jackson Dart? That is
Jackson Dart.
Oh,
all I'm saying, same haircut as the guy that announced the Broncos pick.
These whites don't all look the same. Oh, come
I might
on.
throw my phone if they pick Sanders.
Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart. Give it to me.
Biggest pick in the draft.
Arguably, yes. Watch, it's going to be the most Tomlin pick ever. They're going to go Will Johnson. We are getting excited for nothing.
We have 846 new followers. If we can get to 1,000 new followers, let's see if we can get there. Appreciate all the likes and shares, by the way.
They
Thank
are
you.
right, by the way. Derek Harmon actually is the more Mike Tomlin pick. Just a nice interior defensive lineman to liven things up in Pittsburgh and roll forward with Rudolph as their starter. Hey, Steph Curry's
in here.
Hey, he's got the verified
Thank you
checks.
for the follows. Jess, thank you for the GOAT gift. I don't know how much that's even valued, so I don't...
Hey, we're thanking you for it anyway. We love pennies thrown at us.
Whatever value it is, thank you. All the follows that just followed, thank you. We're up to 883 new followers this stream.
Can we get to 1,000 by the end of the draft? I think we can. 884. 886. We are closing on just being 100 away. With the picks in, Rodgers at the stadium. Give it to me.
Let's...
Give it to me. Come on. Give me like
Did you
nice
see it over here? I didn't see it
defensive
over
lineman.
here.
Give me an
I didn't see it
interior
over here.
defensive lineman. Yes!
Derek Harmon!
Show the shot of Shedeur. Show the shot of Dart. Let me see the players. As for the Harmon pick, I know we're going to talk about the quarterback.
Well, just briefly, because I mentioned it, I know in our last mock draft, I talked about if they don't go quarterback, because I think we had Shedeur going off at 9 to the Steelers. I mentioned them going interior defensive line. At the time, we had Nolan, but Derek Harmon makes sense. Cameron Hayward getting old, getting up there in age, so adding another elite talent to the interior defensive line, I like it there.
I'm not trying to be a hater. I think Nolan went a little high. Granted, positional value, interior defensive line in the modern NFL is way more valuable than safety. I think Malachi Starks is a much better prospect. Probably would have been a better fit for the Cardinals scheme. But Harmon's a good player. I mean, I don't have too much more to say. Athletic profile is pretty good. What was his RAS score?
904 followers, over 3,000 viewers right now.
Hey, we are getting close to 1,000 new followers, folks. Smash that follow button if you haven't already. We appreciate your support.
100. Can we get to 200K likes by the end of the stream?
Let's not get greedy. Let's not get greedy.
Appreciate the roses from Fahey, AJ, and it doesn't have a profile name, but thank you.
So, Chad, who do you think we should make videos about tomorrow?
And Shedeur falling out of the first round. I was right. That's the first thing.
Not over yet.
It's not over. You're right. You're right. You're right. It's not over.
You never know. I think the Giants trade back in for Nangle Shedeur. They just give him next year's first round pick instead.
What are we thinking? Shedeur to the here are the previous picks. I'll very slowly scroll by them.
I mean, the top 5 are pretty obvious after that. Top 6.
Starks goes here to the Chargers. I'm feeling Matthew Golden here to the Chargers.
I'm feeling Will Johnson. That's who I'm feeling. But you never know. Jim Harbaugh did exercise a lot of control in last year's draft by not going after Michigan guys until day 2. Maybe he does the same.
And for the appreciate the cap from Eddie. Thank you for the gift.
Wait, just what? 85 away from 1,000 new followers, folks. Thank you so much.
And if you're one of the people that's been tuning into our TikTok stream, also check us out on YouTube. We're live streaming there too. A lot more people on the TikTok though. So it's hard to keep. Where's Shedeur going? I don't think anyone knows at this point.
To bed. He's going to bed.
Why did the Steelers take interior defensive line? Well, I think
because it's Mike Tomlin. That's why. Well, you think he's gonna zig, he zags and gets probably one that's gonna be a really good defensive piece for the next decade.
YouTube channel Thick Man Inc. Same thing, same spelling as her TikTok,
Incorrect.
except with 2 C's.
You can't put that second C on TikTok, or they will ban you. They will suppress our views.
People can trade up like the Giants, and Giants trade up with the Vikings. That would certainly be something.
The Vikings trade up with the Giants and curse them with Shedeur Sanders. That would be curse them with Jackson Dart.
But also back to the Steelers briefly. I know I mentioned it for the people that were in here. I think they took interior defensive line because Cameron Hayward's getting up there in age. You mentioned defensive head coach. They're looking to beef up their defense and improve from what I think was kind of disappointing, especially towards the tail end of last season. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
They kind of got ran over by Derrick Henry and Lamar in the playoffs. Not that Harmon's going to change that suddenly, because Derrick Henry and Lamar, the only thing stopping them is injuries and father time. But that wasn't exactly their strongest point last year. I could have seen Jahad Campbell go off the board there as well.
Do we think the Giants will get a quarterback? I think they will get a quarterback. We're up 9 new subscribers on YouTube. Appreciate it.
At 930 followers on TikTok, 70 away from 1,000 this live.
Yeah, we only got 6,000 views on the TikTok, so this just hit the algorithm.
Apparently, we love our algorithm. Let's go see at the Stay Out podcast.
Appreciate the follow, Alfredo. Appreciate the follow, Brandon. Jackson, appreciate the follow. Matthew, appreciate the follow. Gladiator, appreciate the follow. Hayden, appreciate the follow.
I'm looking around other TikTok lives to see people I don't like and if we've got more views.
Who will it be? I mean, it's impossible. Do they like Sanders or Jackson Dart enough to trade up or take him at the top of the second? I don't know if the Giants do. Mike Green to the Ravens.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Ezeraku's still in play, too.
Donovan Ezeraku, Mike Green, James Pierce is still in play. Malachi Starks is in play. Iman Wari, as far as safeties go, is still in play. Will Johnson is still in play. Jahad Campbell. There's a lot of good, talented defensive players that some might have thought would have been off the board by now that are still on the board. So I think there's a few players in play.
Hey, Rico's only got 55 views. We got...
Is he also live streaming?
Hey, we're winning the culture war, baby. 953 new followers. Thank you so much. Mel's best available. He's got Shedeur Sanders listed as better than Will Johnson, Amari Anthony, Josh Simmons, and Matthew Golden.
Chances of Shedeur going to the Lions.
Not zero.
Not zero.
Not 1, but not 0.
Closer to 0 than 100.
Closer to 0 than 1. But I think either it's going to be a trade up or the Rams.
If Packers don't pick, well, if you're a Packers fan, I think you should be prepared for them not picking a wide receiver. You should be used to it at that point.
You got like 5 different guys in that wide receiver. You don't need to keep adding pieces to that. Just pick a Jair Alexander replacement. Get Barron. Get Johnson. Get Johnson makes me miserable. All the good Michigan players go to my division rivals. That's probably the pick. If he doesn't go off the board here, Will Johnson's probably a Packer.
Rams are a possibility. As far as teams that are still in the first round, Rams really feel like the only option to me. And I think whether it's for a quarterback or they trade back, I could see a team trade up for a player they like here.
Sanders is not going to be picked by the Minnesota Vikings, I fear. I hate to break it to you.
I mean, if you feel bad for Shedeur, it's because the media hyped him up. That'd be the only reason to feel bad.
If you feel bad for Shedeur, you must not pay close attention to him. But, hey, what can you do?
Appreciate the follow to Vari. Texans are taking LeBron James. I mean...
I don't think he's in the draft this year, but...
Shedeur is garbage. Oh, that's certainly something.
Oh, don't you certainly something. You compare. This guy is going to backpedal really hard. Behind closed doors, the New York Giants fan has compared Shedeur Sanders to Josh Rose. That is his Oscar, I think, this year. I don't think that low down. I don't like some of the stuff coming out of the Colorado hemisphere. But that's about how Dion flipped the team as opposed to Shedeur personally. I think he can be a fine quarterback. Just needs to go to a good system like Miami. If any quarterback's failing in New York.
If you look at how the media media talked about Josh Rosen when he was getting drafted. It was, oh, he throws such a pretty ball. He's a great thrower of the football. It's the same nonsense with Shedeur. They completely...
They said he was 6'4" and had a cannon and had good footwork. That's not what they talk about.
No, they said he threw a pretty ball. It's such a great throw of the football. It's the same. They ignore his athletic flaws. They did the same thing with Rosen.
I have not heard people talk about Shedeur Sanders' pretty ball. Heard about accuracy. I don't know. Did the judges just not pick? Okay.
The pick is in.
The pick's in. Last second, the buzzer beater. Bolt up, baby. Get out there, Roger.
That's what they say. Shedeur has made great decisions in the pocket, outside the pocket.
What do the Lions need? An edge rusher or defensive line or guard, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're probably not spending the pick on a guard unless they're just whatever pick the Giants make is probably going to be the right pick.
What do you think is the reason for Sanders not getting picked? I don't think any team's in love with him as a first-round pick.
Limited athletic ability. Compare him to the other guys who are getting talked about as first-round picks this year. Him, Ward, Milroe, and Dart. Even if you think Dart's limited in other areas, same with Milroe, all three of those guys are way better athletes. All the guys who went in the first round last year, besides maybe Bo Nix, who was way more polished, are better athletes. There's the whole stuff about Colorado, which... at the bare minimum, if things don't go well for your team immediately, as they so rarely do with a rookie quarterback, there's going to be a lot of excess noise around that building. And while the offensive line wasn't great, it wasn't good by any stretch of the imagination, Shedeur Sanders also sacked himself a whole lot at Colorado. The pocket awareness is not there. The speed of getting the ball out isn't there, even though he's good at working through his movements. He doesn't do quickly at the NFL level.
I'd take any quarterback that trained with Brady. Y'all hate... I mean...
okay, sure.
Wait, no.
Sure.
The idea that you train with a great player is going to make you a great player. That's like saying, I worked out with Ronnie Coleman, so I'm going to be a professional body. Like, what logic is that?
Ronnie Coleman's stack. That's the question.
Like, the logic there is insane. Scroll down a little.
I'm curious about how much he's trained with Brady. Because if it was a bunch, yeah, I think, and if he keeps doing it, although I doubt he will since Brady's a Raider, then maybe you've got some argument to stand there. But it was like a 4 or 5 time thing. He went and trained with them once in offseason.
Here we go. Chargers pick. I don't want to see what's over there.
Well, I just saw it, and that is an alarming pick. That is not good for my Najee Harris agendas. That's shocking. That is,
North Carolina.
I don't know if I like that one, Jim.
How shocking is it, though?
Well, considering what was on the board and the fact they went out and got Najee Harris, that's kind of shocking. J.K. Dobbins is not getting re-signed. That's what that tells me. I guess they let both their running backs go.
I mean, Najee Harris was a 1-year contract, though.
Yeah, but Amari Hampton's not that good.
Oh, quit hating on Amarian Hampton.
Caleb Johnson's a better player, depending on what you want. I mean, in between I'll back up off that. For what the Chargers do, he is going to be good at pounding it up the middle, and is going to have that breakaway speed at the opportunity to present.
Thank you for the follow, Tyler, and thinking we're the best stream. Thank you.
I'm just thinking about, like, compare him to the other first-round running backs. Like, do you really think he's a Jahmyr Gibbs level prospect, or a Bijan, or a
Well, there's a reason he didn't go 12.
Yeah, he's still a first-round running back.
He's still very good. I mean, look at that. Breaking the tackle, running past. Who cares?
Worst rushing defenses in the ACC.
Look, watch this.
James Madison.
Outside, up the sideline. Jumps over somebody.
And gets immediately tagged. It's James Madison. That guy's probably like 4'2". NC State, this team sucks. Getting carried by his guard. Where'd that guard go? I want that guard.
Do you think Cowboys could go Judkins or Henderson next round if not selected? It'll be interesting. I think the dogs are there. Hello there, Buster. How's it going, buddy? Oh, I heard you yelling.
I'll back away from any of the pick. I would have gone Will Johnson, but hey, if it makes Jim Harbaugh happy, sure. He probably knows his team better than I do. This is going to be Starks or Johnson, 100%.
I do think that since Will Johnson has fallen past Harbaugh, who coached him when he was widely regarded as the best corner in football, it feels like he's going to the second round because of his knee injury.
I think he was one of the next 2 picks.
Who's that? Someone commented about, is Caleb Johnson the Iowa running back?
Yes.
Someone said he was the most underrated running back in the draft earlier.
Yeah, they're right. I mean, outside of Gingy, I think he's the best in his class. He was Iowa's offense last year. People complain about his lateral mobility being an issue. That was purely scheme-wise. He was encouraged at Iowa to just take the yards and not try and dance around. Take your 4 in a cloud of dust. Dude's a monster. Caleb Johnson's going to be really good.
Do you think Steelers make a big trade for a quarterback? They might still be relying on Aaron Rodgers.
I wonder if Aaron Rodgers retires after tonight. That would be the power move. Retire immediately. Make this about you, Aaron.
There are our other picks.
Luther Burden should go in the first round. If it gets down to the Eagles or the Chiefs, I could see the Eagles grabbing him and then probably trading A.J. Brown for something. The Chiefs, they've got a bunch of wide receivers already. But Burden's awesome. Should go in the first round. Maybe that's the J-Mo replacement.
I like Washington take a safety or running back. Why are people propagating running back for the? Is it just because Brian Robinson's been hurt? Like, why? I don't understand.
B-Rob's been hurt. Austin Eckler's Austin Eckler. And the running game did largely revolve around a somewhat fragile pass quarterback. So I can understand why people would not be excited if he was going to have even more carries.
All right, let's try and predict what we have going here.
Will Johnson, that's the prediction.
For the Packers?
Yes. Maybe a hyper-athletic Jihad Campbell, but if the Vikings pass on Starks Johnson, go either of the SEC guys, the Maxwell or the South Carolina guy, that is going to be calling for Kwesi to be fired this very evening.
We're up to 974 new followers.
Just 26 away.
26 away from 1,000. 113,000 unique viewers this stream. That is insane. What do we think about Jalen Milroe? I think we like Jalen Milroe.
Highest upside in the class by a wide margin. He needs the Jordan Love treatment of sitting for years, bare minimum. Like, he cannot be sent out there year 2. He needs time to marinate in a good scheme, preferably. If Vikings did have JJ, I said, yeah, take him here and then just stash him.
Minnesota. I mean, someone in the secondary. I'd imagine. I'd be surprised.
All the possible players are going to do it, please.
Do you want me to go to a position?
It's not going to be a defensive end. Maybe Josh Simmons, even Warrior Harris didn't feel like.
Why would they go? They're not going to go tackle.
Yeah, but they're going to move him into guard. But move him into guard, then move him back out to tackle.
What guards do we have? We have Donovan Jackson still. And Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia. Although they just signed a center, so they're not going to do that. What are you confused about? Commanders, who do you think they'll draft? Go up there, going up again. Let's scroll down again. Evans, Goodwin, Shepard, now Mboku. Someone needs to be traded. Oh, I can't. I don't even know what that spelling was.
Are they trying at that?
Mike Green. I can see Mike Green to the Commanders. I can see Mike Green to the Lions. It just depends if they're looking past those, red flags. The SA allegations. He had the transfer schools.
And they got used as second school.
Landon Jackson.
Ball knower. That is a ball knower asking about Landon Jackson. That is a sneaky Lions pick. He strikes me as a man who chews concrete, which is a Dan Campbellism. Tyler Booker is currently employed by the Dallas Cowboys, my friend.
Well, he has not signed his contract yet. What does any guest announcers yet mean?
It means that one kid they brought there.
Then yes, there has been. Thoughts on the Broncos pick? I really like pairing Jade or getting a slot corner.
Really like it, or just okay with it.
I think it's cool.
It's a cool
I like
concept.
the idea. of
like
getting
the
a slot
idea of
corner.
doing that at the expense of not giving Bo Nix any help?
Any HBCU players drafted yet?
Well, technically, Travis Hunter did go to an HBCU, so yes.
This is true.
And I am not as familiar with the transfer portal as I should be, so maybe a few other guys have crept up there from the HBCU ranks.
Steelers. I like the Steelers pick.
Who's drafting Sanders? The Birmingham Stallions will be on the clock shortly.
Is there any pick that I hated? I don't think there is a pick I hated.
Just the glass half full guy.
Today I am.
Everyone's making good decisions. I think you just don't know who half these cats are. That's what I think.
Oh, yeah. How do we feel about the Bears pick?
Colston Loveland is a much more polished route runner and better at getting open than Tyler Warren was, and is a more similar archetype to Sam Laporta than Warren was. So it makes sense why Ben Johnson won him. I think he's not the same player as Warren, and better in some areas, worse in others. If him getting open is going to be rewarded by Caleb Williams getting him the ball, that remains to be seen.
Kanye's here.
Mr. West, there are some concerning allegations which you tweeted out about. Care to respond?
The Cowboys should have drafted Sanders or Ward.
Well, if they had Ward available.
Thought the Saints or Steelers would draft Shador. I don't know why people are that surprised Shador has fallen. I mean, it was widely talked about.
Who they passed on and a quarterback who may not play this year, and Mason Rudolph. That's why they're surprised.
All right, here's the Packers.
Hey, it's a guest announcer.
Do they go wide receiver?
Oh, is that Tucker Carlson? Who do they have up there with him for that?
Tucker Carlson.
I have no earthly idea. Mark Murphy. Do I know him? I got a friend named Mark
You just said his...
He's got the same haircut and it was a wide shot.
Why would Tucker Carlson be announcing the Packers pick?
Why'd that other person announce the Packers
Appreciate for sharing the lives. Thank you.
12 followers away from 1,000. Packers president and CEO. Not the owner, because the Packers don't have an owner, because they're different. He's going to go on some long-winded ramble. Oh, we love Green Bay. We're the best town ever. All 12 of us are such generous hosts.
Here for the Packers pick. Logan, thank you for the follow. Logan, Jess, Adam, Nick, Lemonader.
You can walk down the street and see a Waffle House, a Pizza Hut here in Green Bay. It's a special environment. You got any other criticisms of Green Bay?
I don't know. I mean, you don't like Green Bay.
I mean, it's not really.
Have you ever been?
Yeah, I've been. I know it by reputation.
My grandma's part owner.
Well, who isn't these days? I'm pretty sure there is a strong owning interest in Saudi Arabia for the Green Bay Packers, but I digress.
You don't even get returns on your ownership, so.
You get the pride, man. You get the pride.
Abdul is going to cook, yes.
He's even going to start.
Please save Golden for the Texans.
If the Texans don't draft an offensive lineman, that is malpractice. Like, I could kind of get it if Abuka was there and they decide to pair him back up. Jesus Christ, Murphy, get the pick out. They decide to pair him back up with C.J. Stroud. If they don't go offensive lineman and get Matthew Golden, they're saying Matthew Golden in the chat.
They said wide receiver. Is Matthew Golden.
Poverty franchise.
You don't like Matthew Golden?
I don't like them drafting a wide receiver because they've got 4 other guys who are all young and all need touches. Who does he immediately take the place of?
I'd imagine Christian Watson.
It's a different player entirely.
The reason
4.2940 is not indicative of
the reason I understand it is because Christian Watson dealt with injuries last year. Dontavian Wicks, I think, was disappointing for the step we thought he was going to take in year 2.
They all become rockers.
Well, Jaden Reed, I think, has been the best out of the bunch. Romeo Doubs has been solid, so I think they're looking to inject some life into that receiver room from what was disappointing last year. And I think they view Christian Watson as too big of a question mark with the injuries he's been dealing with. And when it comes to Dontavian Wicks, like, I think they were disappointed with him last year.
Yeah, what do you consider solid from Romeo Doubs, by the way? It's 600 yards.
That's what didn't I say solid?
Yeah, is that solid? Is that really what we're going to go with? Like, that's going to be our guy in the room? and he had about 8 drops. Like, the PFF grade from Romeo Dobbs is like bottom 20 for wide receivers. I know that doesn't mean much, but still.
Well, yeah, but their number 2
Nick
is going to be
Sin, by the way,
Matthew.
Minnesota ran that sucker up, so that's Johnson McStarks.
I wonder if we're going to get a similar video. I can't believe they took...
If they go...
We're at 1,000 new followers. Thank you, everyone who's followed this stream.
1,002, Ken.
180,000 likes. We're approaching that 200K. Approaching there. Or 179K right now.
What pick would upset me the most? I would not like any edge player, any wide receiver.
I'll tell you who the Vikings pick is going to be.
You're gonna roll down. You're gonna get not. I'm afraid Zabel off.
Let's go to day 2.
Day 2. Let's see our other options.
Let's go to page 2.
You don't think it's gonna be Jalen Noel?
We're gonna go with. I don't know who this
Tate
is.
Ratledge. I wouldn't mind Tate Ratledge.
Kyle Williams from Washington State. I'm gonna draft a receiver.
Hand on the Bible, honest to God, I got no clue, man. Maybe it's my lack of Pac-2 viewings catching up to me here.
Appreciate the rose from Texas boy.
Also, when Goodell gets up, turn the volume on the stream. I want to hear the booing.
For the Vikings?
Yes.
Vikings getting OL? They just signed 2 OL.
Oh, great. Get off the stage, Golden. We want to hear the Vikings pick. We don't care. Hey, Jordan Love's going to miss me over the middle.
Donovan Jackson to the Vikings? Jack Sawyer to the Vikings? Oh, how would you feel about Jack Sawyer in the first round?
There's a lot wrong with that pick.
Oh, that would get you feeling some type of way.
Yeah, I like Kwesi. I think Kwesi's a good general manager. Exceptional work done in free agency. But when I say you gotta fire him, he does that. You gotta fire him, and you gotta fire him immediately. Is there anyone left in the green room?
Did Sanders get picked? No, he did not. 99% chance they pick Will Johnson.
Johnson or Starks will make me happy. Will Johnson, if they just keep plumbing the Michigan well, I'm going to be happy.
Texans
run
will...
a lot of zone,
Texans... No, that's not happening. Shador's going to L.A. Heard here for.
In fact, I've heard he's going to be around before you told me, I'm afraid.
Who picked Hunter? The Jaguars. Do you know? I don't know.
None of the good linemen are available. They've lost pieces in the secondary.
The second round is tomorrow night. When does the second round start tomorrow?
7 or 8. Again, make sure you cut that volume. I want to hear the tackles moving their music more than just crying about it.
Can you hear that or no? Yeah, actually, my head. Yeah, they are wired in.
Not a real gamer.
Well, there is.
Oh, they've got a guy who has concentration drop issues. That's great.
Perfect timing, still on the board. Jets first pick. Michael Williams.
One hate it.
He was underappreciated all year for what he did.
Malachi Starks, Vikings.
7 p.m. Yeah, 7 p.m. on Friday. I hope it's not working then. I doubt we get a similar turnout for the second round. I just get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the faithful few viewing will not be as passionate.
Do you want to stream again for the second round?
Depends on how late I stay on making videos tonight. When do you want to record tomorrow, by the way?
Are we recording tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, you need an entire, long, thought-out process to record notes about your thoughts.
No, I was just thinking we'd probably make TikToks tomorrow.
They can do both. You can multitask.
Well, an hour. We're talking about an hour podcast, probably.
It's not going to be an hour.
Most of our podcasts have been. The Vikings pick is in.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
Donovan Jackson. Well, they've invested in the offensive line. You've been pounding the table for years. Offensive line, offensive line, offensive line, offensive line.
Will Johnson
offensive
is going to make so many All-Pro teams. They're going to have to add an extension on his football.
Texans trade.
Oh, here it comes. Here comes
Oh,
Shedeur.
man.
Here comes Shedeur. Here he is. Here he is. It's Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, no.
The three-ring circus is in town. The three-ring circus. Let's see the picks. The first rounder, surely gone. What else? What else is gone for the New York Giants? They're not giving us the details yet. It's okay. We'll wait for it.
Oh, man. I didn't think I had to go through tonight knowing what quarterback they picked.
What quarterback's going in the first round?
I wanted to let Russ cook.
Okay, no you didn't. Like, you're going to try and slip that one pass while you didn't spend the entire season trashing Russ's plays, inability to throw anything but go balls. Oh, I want Russ to cook. No, you did. You just don't want you to.
They traded pick 34, 99, and their third round pick.
So essentially a late first rounder this year. And compensatory. That's a third rounder compensatory.
The 99?
Yeah.
So, and a third round pick. That's not that bad.
I assume that Josh Simmons was going to be the pick for the Texans. They're showing Jackson Dart.
Oh, it was Jackson Dart. Oh my goodness. It was Jackson. It's going to be Jackson Dart.
It might not be.
Why would they be taking pictures, Isaiah?
They could be taking pictures for other reasons.
He's hugging people. It's going to be Jackson Dart.
You never know. Let's see what Shedeur Sanders is up to. Let's see what Shedeur is doing.
The Giants, they never cease to amaze me.
You can't say they don't want to have a black quarterback. I mean, they just put Russ and Jameis on the roster.
Well, the only, if we're going to say anything positive about Jackson, fix the screen. There you go.
If we're going to say anything positive about Jackson, go ahead, elaborate.
He's more physically gifted.
He's the least athletic quarterback in the NFC East. Let's start there.
Dak
has a stronger
I don't know about
arm
Dak.
And actually kind of has some wheels. Maybe if the injuries have slowed Dak down, but he's way less athletic than his young guys.
He's got more athleticism than Shedeur. But
other than that,
New York hates black. This is also true. Well, they just they get Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and then draft Jackson Dart.
And then the owner walked down, saw first practice, and said, "Absolutely not." Sorry to be as an Italian, so the owner probably views him as a minority too.
Yeah.
One can only imagine the words Joe Shane was subjected to hearing about Tommy.
Oh man.
Jackson Dart to Hyatt. That's got a ring to it in the UFL. That is the Memphis Showboats tandem, which will win them the title twice. That's a Grey Cup championship tandem.
Now we get to have the first round quarterback status hanging over whatever quarterback this is.
Hey, you got that extra year of roster control.
Yeah, and then it's going to be Russell Wilson and Jameis all year. Then it'll be Jackson Dart the year after.
New head coach. On the bright side, using a first rounder on Dart means the organization's now stuck with him, so whatever coach they bring in.
And I like to sleep.
That was just the air conditioning turning on.
Whatever coach they bring in, Will Johnson of the Rams also looks like it's in play, is going to be stuck trying to make him work. Maybe
look at our viewers spiking, knowing. Oh, hello.
Maybe they get Lane Kiffin to come be the coach after Dable gets fired. That's actually the play here. Lane is going to come take over as the head coach.
Oh, I know.
After that, Meatball Dable gets run out of town. I can't wait. Lane Kiffin in the NFL. Lane Kiffin in the NFL. I can't wait.
Hide it. What do you want us to hide?
Dash pass by DoorDash.
We're up over 2,000 viewers again.
Thea is excited. He gets to watch you watch.
Really, Saints didn't go get your quarterback. They might still go get their quarterback. Who do I think the Giants are going? I think because they showed Jackson Dart and he was hugging people and smiling and laughing, it feels like it's going to be Jackson Dart.
They're going to New York quarterback.
They're saying Shedeur Sanders now. Someone's saying Dart.
You think that was a consolatory hug from his people? Saying, oh, Jackson, it's okay. You didn't need to go be a Giant anyway.
Peanut, what are you doing?
What are you going to do? That's funny. I will enjoy Jackson Dart. Yep, went to Ole Miss. The last time an Ole Miss quarterback went to New York.
It worked out. Fantastic. We love
Will it be to take that man, Shedeur Sanders, the Big 12 offensive
The
player
old Rebels.
He's smiling. It's going to be Jackson Dart. Why else would they be showing him? The Great White Hope.
I don't think you can say that. You thought you got away. You know, I'll be honest. Dable runs enough play action. Get that dog down. I'm trying to watch. You're depriving me of my screen time.
Peanut needs some screen time.
Peanut should be taller.
The pick is in.
How much does she weigh, by the way?
Around 50 pounds, I think.
That was way taller than her, I think.
She's got a little junk in the trunk.
At number 25.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025
You're
NFL
looking at
draft,
hoping it doesn't say what it's going to say, but unfortunately,
Jackson
the truth
Dart,
has come out.
quarterback, Mississippi.
There's no way you're actually that fired up about the Jackson.
Well, there was some boot. You couldn't hear it, but there were some boos.
That cat is screaming his head off. He is ecstatic. I know I'm making
No, I get the Jackson Dart video.
I'm talking about the hatred the Giants have in their heart for black people.
I get the Jackson Dart video.
I'm making all of it. I have 3 videos out by the time you wake up tomorrow.
No way they pass on.
Shedeur Sanders is objectively a better prospect than Jackson Dart. Let's not spin our heads.
No. I think I'm not trying to say Jackson Dart is more accurate. Now, the other thing is, I will still root for Jackson Dart to be good. My opinion, whatever, the quality of it.
Hold on, Falcons are moving back into the first round. This is the Shedeur Sanders.
But Jackson Dart, I think exactly what Mel Kiper's just saying.
No, they're going Malachi Starks, so they double down on the defensive players from Georgia.
Possibility. Let me finish my Jackson Dart thought. I think exactly what Mel's saying about the athleticism. Jackson Dart offers you more there, mobility outside of the pocket and in the run game, that Shedeur Sanders just doesn't have the same athleticism. I mean, look at this throw. Down the sideline. That's a rope.
Between Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders. I'll put it to you this way. Sanders is closer athletically to Dart than Dart is to Milroe. Milroe is the actual anomaly.
Milroe is
Jackson
an anomaly.
Dart is going to need probably the full 2 years as well as Milroe. And the risk to reward ratio, the risk is similar, the reward is not nearly as high. I would have gone Milroe if I was the Giants.
In the first round?
They went Dart in the first round.
Someone just said that Dart is Josh Allen.
It probably has a comparable passing profile to Joshua Hines Allen out of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's not, it's not, it's the Giants. They're going to pick their guys.
Dart is Logan Paul.
It's probably closer to Logan Paul than he is to Josh Allen.
He's a skinnier Logan Paul.
Will Johnson to Atlanta won't be bad. Them doubling up on high-profile defensive players would be good.
I think the Rams trading down is interesting.
No, Jalen Milroe didn't make Nick Saban quit. Nick Saban and I have a monopoly on paying players. Made Nick Saban quit. Nick Saban realized in the Big Ten had way more money and was just doing things above board made Nick Saban quit. Nick Saban being a quitter made Nick Saban quit.
Atlanta. Dart took Manning record at Ole Miss. Now he a Giant.
What record exactly? Most interceptions thrown in the fourth quarter of a close game.
Wait.
Because
Listen to the report.
Where are they telling you about Jackson?
Has some of the same traits that Josh Allen did in Buffalo. Is what
Get the hell out of here, Dable. You know, the only trait he has in common with Josh Allen is this.
Buffalo, that's why Jackson Dart
and I ain't talking about Armstrong.
And will be a New York Giant, Greeny.
What are we doing? What happened to Shea?
Well, it wasn't
in the eyes of the Big Apple.
Hey, it wasn't third overall.
I guess.
It wasn't third overall.
You either have to make peace with the fact your 5th overall pick from a few years ago is not going to see the field, or you're going to try and turn your defensive end into an off-ball linebacker.
I mean, look, Phil Simms, he worked out.
Phil Rivers did not complete a single pass for the Giants.
Phil Rivers, he worked out.
No,
Traded
he
for
did.
Eli Manning. Jackson Dart, Daniel Jones didn't work out. Jackson Dart, I mean, they're 2 for 3. Maybe
no,
they go
they're 2 for 4. I'm calling it now. It's landing my state. Maybe they trade Dart for Sanders. It would be such
Maybe
a
they
Giants
trade Dart
thing.
for Sanders.
It'd be such a Giants thing if someone takes Shedeur and then Shedeur just is actually that.
I mean, imagine the
He's
Falcons
Tua
traded up for Shedeur.
with a better processor, gets the ball out quicker. If he just becomes that guy and the Giants pick Jackson Dart at 26, at 25, is that who is that? Oh man, you know, good for the Falcons. Good for the Falcons.
The Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
You know, can
Not
we
a
give the
Georgia.
Falcons? The Falcons went from drafting a quarterback last year when they signed Kirk Cousins to a massive contract to now getting Jalen Walker and James Pierce to beef up their defensive line. That was one of the worst in the
They got a guy
NFL.
with no set position and a guy with character. What did they give up to get that pick?
Let me check. Sounds like more than what the Giants gave up, if I'm hearing Schefter correctly.
All teams held their initial first-round draft picks coming into the draft.
I don't think Will Johnson.
They gave up, wow, the second this year, first next year, and a 7th this year. And the
That
Falcons,
is more than Dart, yeah.
but the Falcons also got a 3rd-round pick in return.
I guess, man. The Rams hate making their first-round picks.
You know, what would get more views tomorrow? Just saying Jackson Dart, future of the franchise, Hall of Fame quarterback, or Terrence ripping on this
Taylor,
pick?
you go future face of the franchise. I'll go
Okay.
You good with that?
We can do I get to upload mine first?
I mean, I'm going over and cranking out TikTok tonight. I don't think it's going to be the Jackson Dart one, but...
You're making one tonight?
No, I'll upload it in the morning, like 6.
Anybody you see, it is classic.
The J.J. McCarthy one he
He's got
did
the
last
speed
year
to chase
was
down
pretty
any quarterback
successful,
in the
going up
NFL.
like 5.
He's got the power to collapse the pocket inside.
Why
out.
is Shedeur
When he
going
wants to
so
slam
low?
down inside on run
Because the
stunts,
Giants
he
don't
blows
like
up
quarterbacks
everything.
at this melon
Everything
level.
he'll track button.
No two
Ravens. Ravens on the clock. Feels like Malachi starts.
You never know.
Can you get it out of him all
They
the
got
time? Can you count on
Humphrey
him? Can you
Starks,
depend on him?
Nate
Is he
Wiggins,
always
Dean
gonna be
Phelps,
there?
and
Is he
Cal
always gonna
Hamilton will
answer
be
the
a
bell?
deadly
'Cause if he
secondary.
does, Atlanta finally has the rusher that they've been looking for.
Lions getting Sanders. Ravens better take. Mike Green is an option. It depends on how you feel about the SA.
Like, things have kind of worked out well for the Lions, the Bills, and the Ravens.
Why would we get a safety? I mean, you have Kyle Hamilton, someone to play next to him that is extremely talented. That's pretty.
Why'd you get a safety? Because that safety is the best player available. Thank you for the roses, Ian. You are tremendously appreciated. You are still hanging around in the draft. I hope you are enjoying the Celtics' current throttling of our pals, the Magic. It's Cole Anthony's fault. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Sanders may actually go undrafted. Appreciate sharing the live and all the likes, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, John Campbell is still on the board.
He is.
Pull the list of players remaining. It's Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell, Donovan Ezra-Rocky, Mike Green, and I'm missing one other.
Josh Simmons is still there.
I don't know why Minnesota didn't draft Josh Simmons. Maybe the injury is a concern for him, too.
Siobhan Revel. Oh, I mean, he's kind of 2nd round.
He's also got an injury issue.
Hit it, Krabs.
Jamar Stewart is also someone we were talking about going day one.
Shamar Stewart got drafted already.
No, the other dude did.
Shamar Stewart got drafted by the Bengals.
Click back on that. Maybe I saw.
Perhaps it was your imagination.
No, you're right. It was the other guy. The other alien guy.
Oh, Nick Scorton. Jack Sawyer to the Lions.
Landon Jackson to the Bills is not looking like it's going to age well.
Browns getting Sanders tomorrow, potentially.
Tell me, how does DirecTV?
They missed their opportunity because they could have had Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. And
Someone sent us a hat and a mustache and 21 roses. Appreciate you, E.
Throw the whole whatever you want to watch.
2 quarterbacks taking over him. Will Johnson to the Lions.
That would make sense. Starks Branchburn would be deadly as safeties.
Will Johnson to the Command. I mean, the Commanders don't really need. I mean, if Will Johnson on the board, maybe you take him.
Only getting isolated results. Big games come from AI that works across all your.
Is this an AI commercial? Goodness.
The AI built
What does Kate offensive line? That's pretty. That's another self-explanatory one.
Oh, I don't know, man. They brought in a backup tackle. Chiefs fans telling me he's gonna revolutionize.
34 roses.
Just making it.
It is hailing on us.
Can you get my bag? The pennies are descending. The roses are appreciated. Do not let our smarmy demeanor detract from
Check out the new whip.
Ravens pick is in.
Fully custom. How many Bud Lights can you fit in
Steelers had a missed opportunity of getting a quarterback.
A lot of Bud Lights.
I mean, you could say every team had missed an opportunity of getting some type of player.
Sanders and Mason Rudolph.
The Rams traded their pick to the Falcons, who selected James Pierce.
Oh, no, I feel like they gave up a lot to get James Pierce. Right, he better be good.
He's due bring on my eyes.
Every shoe for every athlete.
Mari sent roses. Appreciate you. We're up to 196,000 likes. Approaching 200,000. Who did the Cowboys pick?
Indescribably delicious.
Tyler Booker, the best guard in the draft. Kind of started a run on interior offensive lineman we were not expecting that. Not a run, but 3 win in the first round, which is a bit out of the ordinary. Potentially 4 with how these final few picks will shake out.
Where is Shedeur going?
To bed. I'll say it again.
To bed. Lion, you got traded. No, he didn't. Oh, I mean,
Stanley Cup playoffs Monday on ESPN.
Oh. Brand Ayuk for J-Mo would be
coverage
interesting.
of the 2025 NFL Draft, which is presented by Courtyard by Marriott, a member of Marriott Bonvoy.
We got chilies and roses from Susanna. Appreciate it.
But I may make the Jackson Darcy crime against football video and upload it at like 5 or 6 in the morning.
It's a crime against football.
Racing.
Can we really have videos about the same player?
Yes, yes we can. There's no reason we can't. Quite literally none. Pick is Hey,
well, do we want to upload any live reactions, by the way?
Why is that really something? What I think is going to be better, reaction videos or live reactions? Thank you for 200,000 likes. For each additional like, we will list the quarterback roster.
100 roses from Susanna. 20 more from E. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
The Baltimore Ravens
Select.
Malachi Starks.
Not a shock. Malachi Starks. Appreciate the follow, Coach405. Thank you.
I guess the Vikings are all in on protecting JJ. Josh Simmons, or not Josh Simmons.
On a national championship
Scroll back up for me.
For who?
Donovan Jackson, you better not be a bum.
Well, they literally have done everything possible to protect and support JJ.
They're doing for JJ what they wouldn't do for Sam and actually building up the inside of the offensive line.
Can't hate it.
I mean, I can, but what can you do?
Another 20 roses from me. Thank you. I have no frame of reference for how much money that is. But
hey, we are appreciative regardless if there's no monetary value. How bad is that Will Johnson knee? That's what I'm wondering now.
Oh, clearly. Dude, maybe the Chiefs draft him. Which Giants pick do you want our opinion on?
The issue with Abdul Carter is a very good player. The question is, how does that snap count work out with Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns, who's essentially the exact same type of player? Those guys are functionals. They just play two weak side defensive ends. You just send Thibodeau to the bench. You do what the Vikings did last year with Dallas Turner and not even play that many reps. Although the Vikings had 3 guys with Pat Jones.
Dart before Sanders is not insane if you truly value the athleticism that Dart has more.
Yeah, then if we're gonna play by that logic, Milroe not going over Dart's insane.
Well, Milroe is not as good of a passer.
Wasn't much worse. Worked through reads at a similar level. Has a better arm.
Look at him. He knows I was right about Sanders not being a first-round pick.
No, you were saying no quarterback besides Ward was going in the first round.
No, I said Sanders was not going to go in the first round.
One QB first round.
No, I wasn't.
And you know what? We're not done with this draft yet, because I guarantee you, one of those teams picking at 31 or 32 trades, whether that be the Browns or maybe the Giants again. Maybe the Giants trade back in with the Chiefs and take us.
Look at him saying, I know. He knew I'd be right.
Malachi Starks. I think he was the last player in the green room.
Lions pick is in. Isn't Milroe in the green room?
No. Oh, I guess. Nah, I think Miller declined some invitation later on.
Oh, I thought he accepted it.
Let me check.
We have 22 team bracelets and a heart from Susanna. Appreciate that. Thank you. 24 popular votes. Maybe we should look and see them.
It doesn't matter.
Milroe is there, someone just said.
Yeah, I found the video of him hugging Tyler Booker.
What do you think the nine? I don't mind the Miners pick.
I can feel the energy vibrating off of you. That was quite the hug with
The fact people saying
how do you describe what's going through you right now?
That he was possible first-round pick is absurd.
I'm ready.
Rams getting Shador. What is this on? What do you mean, what is this on?
ESPN, ABC, pick a channel, it's on.
Washington.
Mike Green falling to the Eagles would be unfortunate.
Washington's probably going to trade back with one of the teams. Need a quarterback. Mike Green to the Eagles.
Congratulations, Malachi.
Thank you.
Guys.
Mike Green to the Eagles is definitely something.
It's on brand. I mean, they've already got a dude who whacked his teammate in the drunk driving incident, so what do they care?
Our number one gifter is a Lions fan.
Well, you know, I hope for your sake they draft Landon Jackson or Donovan Ezra. Does Donovan Ezra have any red flags we're not thinking of?
What'd you say?
Does Ezra have any red flags I should be aware of?
Not that I know of.
The best in the NFC, just decimated by injury on the defense.
Shador, possible first pick, worst prediction ever.
I mean, people were saying Carson Beck was going to be the first pick, so there are worse predictions out there. First pick of the transfer.
There was a time Quinn Ewers was viewed as a first-round pick.
Quinn Ewers playing the entire season with a shoulder injury did not help his draft stock.
How do you guys think Dart is better than Shador?
I don't.
I was saying why the Giants would have picked him over Shador.
You think Dart's better than Shador? Well, now that he's on the
I'm not. Now that he's on the Giants, he is the future of the NFL, face of the franchise. Next Josh Allen. Next Josh Allen. He's going to be out there slinging the rock around. Malik Neighbors, multiple offensive player of the year inbound.
What is the timeline of Dart's terrible that Neighbors can He's vocal. He will ask for it.
So we got Russ, Jameis, Dart. That is an interesting quarterback.
Yeah, if you combine all their best traits, you might have a good quarterback in there. You still don't have anyone who can process the field for him.
And he only played in 5
like, who is going to mentor him and teach him the intricacies of picking apart teams over the middle? Russ can't throw over the middle. James Winston can only throw over the middle of the other team. Tommy DeVito is probably going to be unemployed tomorrow morning. Who is helping? The coach is going to get fired in a year if the Giants stink? Oh, Jackson, dog, you poor soul. Anyway, the pick's in. The pick is in. Perhaps I'm hating too much.
NFL Draft.
Quite a move.
The Detroit Lions select Tyreek Williams.
Really?
Defensive tackle.
Really? That's what you're doing, Dan?
Man, interior defensive line has been flying off the board.
I saw you in the national championship game. And I just gotta say, hell yeah, brother. Sounded real close to Stone Cold. We want champions in this building.
Wow. Mike Green.
We don't need no pass rush. We need us hard, glass-eating run.
There are 4 picks left in the first round.
If it was any team besides the Lions, I would absolutely trash that pick. But because it's Detroit, good pick, Detroit. And I'm afraid I don't think Minnesota actually got the best pick, you know?
We trust Brad Holmes. You have to trust Brad Holmes at this point.
Will Johnson on the Bills would be pretty cool. Ezra Rocker and Green are still there.
The second round is tomorrow night.
7 p.m. Be there or BS. Where?
Shador won't be good because his dad coached him, and Shador isn't ready for the league, and he's not ready for the league, in my opinion.
Sure. Who's ready? Which of these quarterbacks is ready for the league right now? Maybe Cam Ward, I'd still say probably not.
As long as nobody trades with Kansas City.
That's the case. Doesn't matter if they stick and pick, but if someone trades with them. Yeah, Will Johnson falls to the Chiefs next day as a clean medical bill of health. I'll be sick.
Well, the Giants trading up for Jackson Dart tells you that there are other teams that value Jackson Dart more than Shador Sanders.
No, it tells you the Giants' front office is incompetent, which we already knew. How much is Saquon making this year compared to who's that running back they signed last year? Had a bigger cap hit than Saquon.
Single carry.
Is single carry still making more money than Saquon?
Isaiah, the fans want to know: did Minnesota get a bad pick?
They got someone to help J.J. McCarthy. I would have preferred Malachi Starks, and I would have preferred Will Johnson, although it appears Will Johnson's knee is no longer attached to his body. I mean, in Kwesi we trust. In Kwesi's first round picks, we don't trust that much yet, but in Kwesi we trust. He's certainly going to be an upgraded left guard. If he doesn't play day one, that's a bad sign.
Do y'all think Daniel Jackson will be picked? Who's Daniel Jackson?
Presumed prospect.
I see no one pick Henderson. Hope he is going to Bears. We need another running back. I don't trust Swift.
Don't sweat it.
I don't think Travion would be the guy they pick if they have their pick of the litter at in the second round from what's left.
Oh, this is a dude out of Minnesota. I thought he was in the transfer portal. I guess not. He ran
Shador don't have enough discipline to play. He was throwing to Hunter, and Hunter went pick 2. He's not ready to be on a team with whatever.
He's not ready to be on a team with crappy receivers. I mean, that's a valid assessment. His receivers were better than every other group in the Big 12 last year. Pretty comfortable, I'd say.
Yeah.
Switch and save.
I put on Prize Picks more than 1.5 guest announcers. Did I make a bad choice?
No, you're right. You got that one kid in the Green Bay Packers president, unless they don't count that guy.
What did the Giants give up for Jackson Dart? Not a ton.
Their dignity. Pride as a franchise.
They gave up their second round pick, their compensatory pick, and their 2026 third round pick. Listen.
Their souls. Except they gave those up and Saquon walked out the door.
I think Cam Scatapoo goes... I did not mean to say poo. Cam Scatapoo goes to the Vikings.
The Vikings have Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones, unless they're smoking a 5th rounder on them, which... They have a compensatory... Do they even have a 3rd round pick this year? The Vikings do not have many picks. Yeah, Adam Schefter points out, it's funny the Browns took a Michigan defensive tackle and the Lions took an Ohio State guy.
Straight up, can't miss, don't blink, grab your popcorn and strap in cinema. This isn't about who's next. This is about who's now. This time.
Why not wait and just grab Dart at 34? Clearly, they didn't think he was going to be there at 34. Like this is not even just specific to Dart. But people often say that with specific players. Like, why didn't they just stick and pick? Wait until the top of the second round. Why didn't they just wait until their next pick? Because they clearly felt that player was not going to be there. The answer is right in front of you. And you could apply that to any team that is traded up.
Who do they think was going to trade up and ambush them for Jackson? That's the better question.
I'd imagine they had information that made them
the
feel...
Cleveland Browns, someone spun a false rumor. Maybe the Texans are the ones who said them that lie.
I mean, the Browns, potentially. The Steelers, maybe. Trading back up into
Mike
the first.
Tomlin is running racketeering operations in Joe Shane's head. They're taking everything.
Scroll up to older picks.
Mike Green. Okay, don't show me the picks in and show me Mike Green unless Mike Green just got picked. Yeah, he's still on the cell phone. Shows me the fact that Mike Green did not get picked.
If I was the Giants, I would have traded with the Lions and got him at 29 or 28. But the thing is, you don't know if the people picking at 29 or 28 wanted to trade back.
I guarantee you Tyreek Williams would have been there early in the second.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington
This has got to be
Commanders
offensive line,
select
right?
Josh
It's not, or one of the
Conerly
high-profile
Jr.
edges.
Josh Conerly.
You know? I mean, sure. I'll be honest. Oregon is the team I scouted at least because I did not enjoy the Michigan viewing experience of that game. Sure.
They kind of snag him from the Chiefs. Still got Josh Simmons on the board.
Now the Bills have anything to say about it. Get him, Buffalo.
Do you think the Bills will trade with the Chiefs this year?
No. I don't think getting burned on Mahomes was enough to determine. Xavier Worthy wasn't good enough. I think there's not some massive gap between Worthy and Keon Coleman. I'm not sure what else they got in addition to Keon Coleman, but...
You think Shador is not going first round at this point?
Browns trade up. The Browns live in fear of someone sniping him.
What if Shador falls to like the third round?
You know, the Bills don't have a ton of picks.
Travis went second overall.
That's a little...
That's
terrible.
Consistently take away the edge, then mirror that defensive end.
Teams are left, they don't need a quarterback. If you ever feel dumb, just remember the Giants traded up for someone not even projected to go.
Oh, are you indignant that people are making fun of the Jackson?
No. What I am always get annoyed with, like the projected not to go. Who cares when they're projected to go? The only thing that actually matters is when the draft happens.
I mean, no, if people care when they're projected to go. They traded up for Cam Scatterby, I think. Where Cam Scatterby was projected to go wouldn't matter. Like, Dart not being a first-round guy, having someone even more desirable, having two guys with more desirable.
Some people, he was getting mocked in drafts in the first round.
Who wasn't getting mocked in drafts in the first round at this point?
Cam Scatterby wasn't.
At least
that's
Willis
different.
Getting, oh yeah, Cam Scatterby actually got mocked in the top 5 by Nick Adams.
Any serious mocker was not mocking him that high.
Well, any serious mocker was not putting Jackson Dart in the first round either. If they were, it was with Shadur Sanders.
Will Johnson is a Chief. Will Johnson, welcome to Buffalo. Thoughts on the Giants' picks? Dude is so negative and loves to argue.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a conversation. What, didn't you say, oh yeah, all these picks are awesome?
That's what every NFL fan does every single draft class.
Oh, good for them. Yeah, scroll to the top. I'll go bust and hit and every single pick. I'll give you the verdict.
All right. Cam Ward.
All right. Right in the middle.
Travis Hunter.
Good pick.
Abdul Carter.
Fine pick.
Will Campbell.
Good pick.
Mason Graham.
Great pick.
Ashton Genty.
Great pick.
Armand Membu.
Developmental pick. All right.
Tedero McMillan.
Terrible pick for the Bears.
Kelvin Banks.
Great pick.
Colston Loveland.
Terrible pick for me. Good pick for the Bears.
Michael Williams.
Sure.
Tyler Booker.
Best interior lineman in the draft.
Kenneth Grant.
Good pick.
Tyler Warren.
Anthony Richardson cannot get the ball to him, so bad pick.
Jalen Walker.
Needs a set position, but you know, they walk.
Walter Nolan.
Bad pick. pick.
Shamar Stewart.
Bad pick.
Ray Zabel.
Fine pick.
Emeka Ibuka.
Good pick.
Jade Barron.
Bad pick.
Derek Harmon.
Funny pick.
Amari Hampton.
Jim Harbaugh pick.
Matthew Golden.
Bad pick.
Donovan Jackson.
Not a good pick, but it could be worse.
Jackson Dart.
Crime against humanity.
James Pierce.
Potential crime against humanity, but again, it's the Falcons getting a defensive player, so sure.
Malachi Starks.
Good pick.
Tyleek Williams.
Bad pick. Well,
Josh Connerly.
Bad pick with the caveat it's not a bad pick because the Lions made it.
All right, we got. All right, this is an exquisite comment. I ain't listening to nothing to what.
Double negative, you're listening, son.
I ain't listening to nothing to what you're saying. You ain't played no ball in your life.
Nary a speck, not even a tiny bit in kindergarten. I didn't play any football. None. Is that the measuring stick we're using here? They got me. I'm sure there's someone who's playing a higher.
Where's the conference championship ring?
Firmly planted in my house. But
should I be scared as a Steelers fan?
No, Mike Tomlin's got you. You're going 9-8. You're going 9-8 to 11, and
it depends on what you're scared of. 213,000 likes, a little over 1,000 new followers.
Imagine how much money making that video got 213,000 likes.
Yeah, why don't we get ad revenue for people? I mean, they're scrolling through the same feed.
Sadly, TikTok does not have this like Will Johnson, extra and please keep your home alright.
Oh no, I don't want it. Oh no, NFL. What? 1 second.
Well, second guest picker has entered the building, and he's got the Jordans on.
Making his way to the podium with a
very progressive, but that was the first thing I said about it. Got the nice little back too.
I don't know on Judkins. Chances for Sanders. Saints asking for a friend.
For Make-A-Wish. For the second time tonight,
I'd say it's a
we have the
possibility.
opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick.
Appreciate the
for his
rose,
favorite
CH4.
team.
What are those glizzies? What are those? Those name tags?
These?
Popular vote?
Popular vote? Yeah, I don't know.
I prefer not to speak in moments like this. POV average double.
Tommy is a
Did someone comment that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Tommy's an inspiring story. I will never be up there on that stage. I will never have a pocket square like Tommy's. Although that turtleneck's a bit wrinkled.
Alright, who we got, Bills?
Burden would not be... Well, Burden's the best receiver in the class, class outside of Hunter. Will Johnson, come on. Give him the Johnson. We want the Johnson. The people need Johnson.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
in
the
desperate
Buffalo
need.
select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Really? Really, Buffalo?
Clearly,
Will Johnson's knee is not in a good way.
He must have hurt somebody real bad.
Was he in the draft room? He was in the draft room.
I mean, they invite a lot of people.
Only 15 people showed up.
Sanders to Browns next round. He may just keep falling.
You don't think Shedeur Sanders would be a good fit in Cleveland?
That's what the take should have been. Third round. He is the fastest player in the draft, I think. As far as 40 time goes. Why is Will Johnson going so low? It's scripted for the
Chiefs trade number 32 overall pick and number 164 overall pick. Look at this.
What did they
Look
swap?
at that crap. Look at that malarkey. These people key it was a 7th rounder.
So they got an extra 7th
Yeah,
rounder.
pretty much. People will never learn that you can't trade with the Chiefs, man. You just can't do it. This never works.
Who are the Eagles? Who was going to jump them for? All right, who is the highly talented player left?
It's Will Johnson or Josh Simmons.
Or Jahad Campbell or Mike Green.
It's Will Johnson or Josh Simmons.
I don't think it's not going to be Josh Simmons. It's not going to be Josh Simmons.
More depth on the defensive or the offensive line.
So we're going to fall. So Sanders will fall to the second round. It seems like it.
to go
You never know.
round one.
Someone
We
could
talked about how
sneak
badly
in
the
here
Bills
with the
need to bail out
Chiefs.
opposing quarterbacks to complete 41% of their passes.
Wait, how come the
Thrown 20
Titans don't
yards
have the
downfield
first
or
pick of
more
the second
last
round?
year. That was 24th
Did something I
in the
missed?
NFL. Now let's take a
So
look at
they got like the third pick in the second round. I think it's some hybrid thing.
Where it switches in the second round?
They won the same. Didn't they win the same number of games?
Yeah.
I think that's it. Or they traded at some point. They've got an early pick there too. They got 36. 35 or 36.
With the interception, he had 5 interceptions 2 years ago. He's had 2 in that one game for touchdown against Vanderbilt. So again, here's a kid with the talent.
What are the
Certainly the
pressing
Buffalo Bills. They don't need 1. They need 2.
Why is-
Maybe 3 cover men to help that
Oh, the
second
Browns do.
I just love how they play. If you notice
Oh,
the video,
no, the Titans do have their pick.
We
Yeah,
talked
that's
about how Buffalo wants to
games. All
play
those
with the
teams won the
safeties
same
high
games.
and the cornerbacks
Oh,
off,
okay.
keeping the ball in
I
front of them.
assume.
The
I mean, there
quarterback
could be some
having
other
vision
Yeah.
for the quarterback. He played that to the
What a
best of his
sad
ability
state
at
of
Kentucky.
affairs
Was
for the
absolutely
NFL.
outstanding. So from a scheme standpoint,
What do you want
from a
to zoom
fit
out on? I mean, you
standpoint,
can literally
and
see
you add the
everything.
element of how fast
not
he is.
pleased.
This is a welcome addition in Buffalo.
Yeah, that's
The
how he needs
Vikings
to play
got
right
a
there.
player
He
from
needs to
Ohio
play off,
State. Never a
hips
good
open,
thing. Will
play
Johnson's
everything top
falling.
down,
My
play
Giants
good
won this
you saw
draft.
that- you
Argue
saw
with
that
the
number
wall.
7 who he ran down from Texas. That's Isaiah
One
Bond
is a
now.
little.
And he ran him down and made that play on
They
that
could have
big
lost it
post
harder.
where he was beat initially. But he's
Could
able
have been
to
a
run
more
it down
unfair.
'cause he's
Well,
got sub 4.3 speed.
if Jackson
He's gotta
Dart
refine
is
his
the worst
technique,
quarterback
refine
ever,
his
which
route
is in the
recognition,
cards,
and
and
that's,
Shedeur
again, that's what
Sanders
you're
winds
looking
up
for
being
here
good,
late in the first round.
then yeah, the Giants lost it.
I see him making his way over to our Molly McGrath.
Abdul Carter's got to be a real special player.
Someone said, "What if Sanders doesn't get picked?"
You told me that you were going to practice.
I wonder if
that
Sanders gets to
handshake
go
with
back to
Roger
Colorado
Goodell.
if he
In
just
the
doesn't get
mirror, how do you
selected.
think you did?
I think I did good. He almost
This has
lifted me
got to
up
be
on the
my
hood, but I think I did
The
good.
more I think about it, guy with a criminal history.
all night for that one.
Chiefs don't care about criminals. Eagles don't care.
I don't think the Chiefs are trading down with the
With the
Chiefs have.
idea of the Eagles getting another defensive lineman to sack Patrick Mahomes with. That'd be funny. I'd get a
Thoughts
kick
on
out of that.
Emeka? Good pick.
We pray towards it several times a day.
Congratulations. Before we go, let's see the inside of that jacket.
I can tell that joke went over your head, but
Saints were supposed to get him, but they changed. But they changed their decision. They were never intending on picking him.
how do you know?
In the Super Bowl.
You don't
just a
know what
few
goes
months
on
ago.
that Saints
Now
building.
they've swapped picks here. The Eagles have moved up to 31,
Where are we seeing shots of Mahomes?
trading up with Kansas City. We'll get the
Pick
details
is
of the
in.
trade in just
Why
a moment.
nobody
The
wants
Super Bowl
Sanders
champs
anymore?
are on
Maybe
the
nobody
clock,
ever
and
wanted
we're
him.
getting ready to finish up
Ever
round
think about
one
that?
from Green Bay. We're back in a moment on
Maybe Giants are
ESPN.
stooges, but what are you gonna do?
Appreciate the follow, Elijah, and I want to disappear. Or no, I want to disappear. Shared it. Appreciate sharing it.
I mean, realistically, what has the Giants front office done to make you believe they have any competency in selecting quarterbacks?
Good for the Seahawks. They finally drafted into your offensive line.
I don't think
Trains
finally
that use the
it's
power
never really
of
been a
Dell
massive
AI
leap
and
forward
Intel
for this, but that's never got
to see
further
hundreds
drafts.
of miles of tracks.
Sanders gonna go to the CFL.
Clearing
Grey
the
Cup
way.
winner, Shedeur Sanders.
So you arrive
Eagles
exactly
pick is
where
in.
you
The
belong.
Antonio Brahman selection for Sanders in the 65th pick in the CFL round. At least they're getting creative.
A player wasn't supposed to go somewhere just because of rumors. We've gave Dart and Sanders private workouts. Clearly, we liked Dart better.
USAA.
I counted that twice.
He shared membership with your mom so she could share
I mean,
with you.
obviously.
I prefer to have Sanders.
Check if you're eligible today.
Luckily, we just, you know.
Right, well, I'll back off that a little bit. If they have to play at any point in the next year and a half, I'd prefer to have Sanders, unless the off-the-field stuff is just going to be insufferable, which it could be in New York. It is a blessing in disguise. Sanders will probably go, well, undoubtedly go to a better situation in New York. Well, that's... I tell you that, he could go to the Saints. The Saints would be worse. I think Cleveland would be better, because their O-line's more put together. Stefanski's got a lot more sticking power. And they've got Mason Brown. Stalwart.
What is this person keep commenting?
Pain-free?
No, I don't know.
Is Sanders getting picked? At some point, yes.
Sandler can get...
Try and beat it.
Do these people not?
They're just messing with us. Hey, we appreciate your continued viewership. Our close to 1,100 new followers. Sensational stuff.
And we are still at 1,800 viewers, 1,900 viewers around. Yeah, 1,900. Wow.
I agree the Vikings should have picked Will Johnson, but hey, what does my opinion matter?
Can we?
So
can you guys kiss?
You know, last time I checked, TikTok didn't allow that sort of homosexuality. China owns platform, don't you know? But I could be wrong.
No way you just said he'll have a better chance. Cleveland is where players go to die, unless you're Myles Garrett.
Yeah, and New York is where quarterbacks go to die. Kevin Stefanski's a good offensive mind.
What quarterback has been on the Giants besides Daniel Jones?
Tommy DeVito, Drew Lock.
Tommy DeVito was not a high draft pick.
Drew
Lock's career.
So now we're changing the goalposts.
Drew Lock's career was already cooked.
We're going from where quarterbacks go to die to where early quarterback picks go to die. What quarterback went to the Browns was not helped out by Kevin Stefanski? Outside of Baker Mayfield getting injured, Stefanski had him playing very well. The Watson thing's not his fault. Unless he, of course, went and pounded the table. That, based off certain comments that come out recently, appears to have been
sloppy kiss.
Now, see, these TikTok these enjoyers of a certain fan on Twitter who got the results for a test yesterday.
Eli Manning, GOAT.
What would be the
it was a 5th round pick, by the way, not a 7th round pick.
Eli Manning will be the worst Hall of Fame quarterback ever inducted. Unless you just want to say, oh, the stats are better because he played in a modern era, then sure, whatever. But
yeah, that's what I...
Unless you're going to go Joe Namath, which is the only other argument. Also, New York quarterback. Eli's the worst quarterback in the Hall. Glad he didn't get in first ballot.
Back shots.
Eli getting in first ballot would have been a crime to football. Jihad Campbell, there you go.
That's not a surprise. I mean, the Eagles drafting a player that fell down the board, not a shock.
Yeah, it's a shock that didn't go Mike Green to the character. So I guess the SEC stuff outweighs the character concern stuff. Alright, let's have someone trade up and get you there and just wrap the night up. The Giants trade up and select. It really is unfortunate Minnesota does not have the draft capital to go out there and get Will Johnson. Who else is left besides the quarterback of Johnson? Ezaraku, Mike Green. My man Landon Jackson.
664 diamonds. That's total from the gift.
It's an athlete, it's another weapon they can add to their defense, which lost some guys up front. They lost
last year's draft a lot.
They lost those guys, and so now you add an athlete on the back end, a guy that can roam and make plays in space. It's something to go along with Zach Vaughn to give them a dynamic duo on the back end.
$6.64.
Athlete now. He can fly sideline to sideline. He can play 3-4 outside backer if you need him to, just like he's doing right here. Although this is a support
Victor Cruz.
So the Victor Cruz side football
but he's got nice high side.
Well, it didn't come. I got signed by him live in person. That one we had bought. It had a case come with it.
You can see the shoulders because he didn't have that same top and be able to get off.
Thoughts about Will Howard?
You know, for all the crap we've talked about Jackson yards.
Chiefs pick is in.
Everything I've said about Jackson Darts, multiply that by 1,000,000 and put it on Will Howard. People call J.J. McCarthy assistant quarterback. That term was built for people like Will Howard. Do with that information what you will.
Vontae Mack.
Vontae Mack went first overall. Tristan, come now. Stop being racist. Yeah, I don't think that move. I went back and looked at the draft picks. The dude essentially gave up his entire future for an off-ball linebacker in the first round, a running back with injury concerns.
He didn't give up his whole first. He didn't give up his. He got his future back.
He got his future back, but he also used the first overall pick on an off-ball linebacker. The second
he traded 3 seconds effectively. defensively.
Yeah, it's not a good deal. 3 seconds when Bo Callahan was on the board. I don't care that his teammates didn't go to his birthday party. Bo Callahan went on to win like 3 Super Bowls with the Jaguars.
This is all fair.
Bo Callahan is a Hall of Famer. You will find the running back they picked 10th overall working at your nearest Wingstop.
What is it like standing up here?
Michael B. Was that Michael B. Jordan who was Vontae Mack, or was that no? That's someone else.
I mean, what can I say?
Who was Vontae Mack?
E-A-G-L-E-S.
How do you like the Lions pick?
By default, because it's the Lions, it's a good pick. I don't like it. Outside of that, I assume it'll work out, but it feels like a reach. And not even the normal Lions type of reach where Jahmyr Gibbs or Jack Campbell or Brian Branch gets picked because, oh, they don't position value. This is a valuable position. The guy was not supposed to go for another however many rounds. You got Donovan Ezra-Rocky sitting there. You got a Mike Reed willing to overlook the allegations sitting right there. You got a Will Johnson who's definitely position lead sitting right there. That feels like a bad pick to me.
The Commanders adding Josh Connolly, getting offensive line to protect Jaden Dan. You can't be mad at that as a Commanders fan.
He did have surgery on one of his shoulders. He's going to need surgery on another.
I'd imagine they're probably going to add a running back a little bit later in the draft.
He's got a knee issue as well, but the talent is undeniable, Greeny.
No question about it.
Thank you, Schefter.
Feels a little bit like a steal, and that's
this guy needs to stop talking. Listen, buddy.
People do not like my correct
Shador falling is just hate.
They're hating on a young king.
They're literally the league that Shador is going to be playing in. How is it just hate?
They hate him because they hate him. I swear to God, if the Chiefs got Will Johnson, if they got the
that's what they're talking about on the stream.
Please just be like any other guy. I don't care who it is. That would be Luther Burden. That would be Simmons. Whatever. It's not my precious Will Johnson. Actually, him going to KC is better than him going to New York. So
pick a D2 player and go 15-2 again and lose to the Eagles again in the Super Bowl.
This has to be some form of protection
a
from
D2 player. What's that?
Diamond? When he was healthy,
Sanders to McDonald's. How do you like the Bears pick? Good. LeBron to KC. It's Josh Simmons. I'd imagine it's Josh Simmons.
Andy Reid goes best player available.
Yeah, Josh Simmons.
In the 2025 NFL Draft.
Well, that's not a shock.
Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons.
It's Josh Simmons. Pull up the list of players left on the board.
You saw Kelly Malleys from San Diego, began his career at San Diego State, started every game at right tackle. In 2022, transferred to the
Should we try and put him up over here?
Yeah, put that up.
Started every game in 23, and then this year the injury.
It's a shame because, as we talked about, he would have been a top 10 pick, and he cleaned up the penalty. He was a penalty-prone offensive tackle, both at right tackle and left tackle. San Diego State, then Ohio State, right? His first year there with the Buckeyes.
There we go.
This year, he was off to the races, and he missed 9 games where he'd have been up against some really good
Looking,
hits.
can you zoom in on
That would
that
have
a little bit more?
solidified him maybe as a top 5 pick. He
It's
missed those
very
games when he got
zoomed
hurt.
in already. You can see it over here, though.
Yeah, I know.
When he was playing
I'm
out
saying
there,
zoom in.
On the stream, they can see it.
So, even Wari,
last year, week 13 against Michigan,
Amos,
flex, bend, punch, redirect,
and
anchor,
Rebel were all
reach and
supposed to
cutoff.
fall out the
He
first
can do just about
round.
anything you want him to do.
So that doesn't shock me.
You were
Ezra-Raku
nitpicking
and
to find
Green
something
falling out of the
negative to
first round, I
say about
get
his
that
play.
kind of. I
He
feel
is
like
Yeah, you can see it
Ezra-Raku
on the
And they
stream.
have one of the best
has
fingers in
a
the NFL.
good enough
Rick
RAS
Roethlisberger
score,
down there
whereas
in
the
Kansas City. He will
ACC
be
thing
a
wouldn't matter.
bookend tack. This
Johnson
guy's
falling
tape,
out of the
there's no
first
question.
round, I guess the knee is worse than they're letting on. Both interior Georgia offensive linemen falling out of the first round makes sense. The way three guards go day one. So.
What do you think about the Birds pick? Drafting best defensive player available.
Which bird?
I'm assuming they mean the Eagles, considering they just picked.
They go through the Hawks, the Cards, Falcons, the Falcons. What other birds? The Ravens.
Thoughts on the Bills taking Maxwell over Will Johnson? Clearly,
Wrong pick. Anyway, I'm going to go work.
Well, clearly, people, the injury concerns of Will Johnson.
They have tried hard to address the offensive line down there.
We still have 1,500 people here.
And they've had some misses. This guy is one of the best that they've brought in. There's no doubt that you cannot dispute it. It just has to be healthy, which by all accounts, he's trending the right way.
So that is it for round one. There doesn't seem to be any question what the storyline is
Oh
going to
my
be
goodness.
going
What are your
into
thoughts on the
round
Broncos
two
pick?
Tomorrow, Shedeur Sanders went undrafted tonight. That
Did
is
you
a
go in the
surprise,
front
if
door or
not
the
a shock.
garage?
Only a 3% chance, according to our predictions,
Okay.
that he would be here.
Make sure you close it.
For Friday night, tomorrow night, for rounds 2 and 3.
On the Chargers pick. I like Chargers pick getting Colston Loveland. I don't... look at poor Shedeur Sanders. He looks like he's about to cry. Crash out, define crash out. Thoughts on the 49ers pick? Getting Michael Williams I thought was cool. Pairing him opposite Nick Bosa. I mean, you can't really hate on anyone's... I don't hate anyone's draft so far. I mean, the Giants getting Jackson Dart is certainly interesting. That's something that happened tonight. Luther Burden, not surprised he fell. It seemed like the league was pretty low on him. Bears, Colston Loveland, that's what I meant if I said someone else. Bengals. I need to remember who the Bengals picked. That was best available. Bengals, Shamar Stewart. It makes sense. The lack of production is a little concerning from a college level, considering how athletic he is. You wish he was a little bit better of a pass rusher. How do you like the very Jim Harbaugh pick, the Chargers drafting Hampton? I makes sense, I guess, because Najee Harris was only on a 1-year deal. Definitely not re-signing J.K. Dobbins now. You add Hampton to the backfield. I think that's cool, adding him there. I like it. I don't hate it. Brown sitting good with pick 33 and 36 in the second round. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Browns do with those two picks. You think one may be a quarterback. I'd imagine one of them is probably going to continue to be defense. Giant. Well, you know, they got Abdul Carter, so you hope not. Ravens picks. Well, they only picked one player. But Malachi Starks getting the best safety in the draft. I think you have to like that. Saints thoughts. Getting an offensive line and passing on a quarterback, I like. What was it? Ramczyk that just would Ramczyk retire or what happened? I forget what happened with him. But adding an offensive tackle, potentially one of the best ones, potentially the best one in the draft. I mean, who did the Chiefs get? They got Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State. Got solid defense right now. Just need some offense. Steelers thoughts. I mean, it makes sense that they drafted an interior defensive lineman, Cameron Hayward, getting older. Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I've talked a lot about him. Commanders pick. Josh Connerly, adding another offensive lineman. They just traded for one. So adding him to the mix, having another offensive tackle, getting two bookends for Jaden Daniels, protecting him more. I like that. How can you not like that? What pick do the Vikings have? Second round? What? This is just NFL Draft Tracker.
Bringing him in to be able to be a corner that can help you on certain downs and distances, certain situations. But you talk about a guy not just a talent, but
second
what he
round.
can do for a franchise that I think really needs some energy. It was a great.
Do the Vikings not have a? I don't think the Vikings have a second round pick.
As advertised, fit, opportunity, player, team.
Yeah, the Vikings don't have a second round pick.
You're like, I love it. What do you say?
Bucks pick.
Actually, a bunch of them. I guess I would.
I like. I mean, I thought they would have gone Jahad Campbell, but getting Ibuka, it complements Mike Evans really well.
That was a great pick for Sean Payton.
Why does Philly pick good? Why was I think the Philly pick was good? Thoughts on Browns? Ravens thoughts. Thoughts on Browns? I mean, good for the Browns. You got a lot of picks. You might get Shedeur still. You got Mason Graham, one of the best defensive tackles in the draft. Interior defensive lineman, plays right next to Myles Garrett. Maybe you also had Mike Green.
I think it's one of the best secondaries in the entire NFL.
How Giants chose Jackson Dart over Sanders and Jalen. I mean, Milroe is more widely regarded as a day 2 pick, so that's not as surprising. There was Jackson Dart rumors, and the fact they they felt the need to trade up kind of tells me that they thought someone else was going to try and trade up and take him, or they thought someone else was going to take him. So I don't think that's as super surprising. Raiders, I mean, Genty, you got an elite running back. I think it was good. You give someone else on the offense that's elite, like Brock Bowers. You got Geno Smith. We know they're going to want to run the ball. Geno Smith can control the game from the pocket. You'd like to add to the receiver room on day 2. Dolphins pick. I mean, Kenneth Grant, it's clearly the Christian, what's his name? The guy who's now on the Raiders. Christian Wilkins replacement. The Chiefs pick Josh Simmons. Eagles pick, I mean, you got the best off-ball linebacker in the draft who can also rush and play man coverage.
Yeah, that's a fan base down there that's going to obviously be.
Will Johnson got hurt, but what do you think about nobody getting him? I think clearly whatever came back in the medicals, you don't go from widely viewed as the best, what's it called, corner in the draft or corner in college football to falling out of the first round, unless it's for injury. That's the only takeaway I have with that. Why did no one take Shedeur Sanders? I don't think he's very good. And I think people view other quarterbacks better.
So much respect for. He has a way of communicating with quarterbacks and bringing the best out of them. I know you can look at what's been going on with Daniel Jones and maybe scratch your head on that comment.
W Falcons, thoughts on Jags? Travis Hunter and the Jags, the fit I like a lot. I mean, I think no one talked about it because like they didn't think he was getting past 3, and we didn't really think someone was going to give up that much capital to get him. But I like the fit there. Gets to play opposite Brian Thomas and play on defense. I like that. I think the Ravens got the best pick for round 1. Maybe. Milroe to the Steelers, second round. I mean, I don't. If Milroe's a starting quarterback day 1, I think that's a lot.
I think that's why they pulled the trigger and made that move late.
Yeah, it makes a ton
Broncos,
of sense. That's an awfully tough market to get.
Jahdae Barron, I like it. Getting a slot corner who can be elite potentially. Doesn't have to play on the outside right away. I think that's fine. When is the second round?
You got it. Anytime. See you, buddy.
The second round is tomorrow at 7. Pats is a good pick. I mean, they drafted the best offensive lineman available.
Zero-star recruit famously to the #1 pick in the draft. Titans coming off 3-win seasons.
Do you think Tez will get drafted? Day 3 pick if he gets drafted, in my opinion. Lions. I mean, it's a pick. I trust Brad Holmes at this point. You get Tyleik Williams, big boy. Interior, they need to improve the run defense. They need to improve defense. So if they felt like he was the best option there, why not? The Vikings, the Vikings have done everything they possibly can to support J.J. McCarthy. They've drafted they've signed interior offensive line, drafted interior offensive line. They have the tackles. They have the receivers. If I'm them, I want to add a running back on day 2. The Rams didn't draft anyone. I don't know who the Rams are going to draft.
Always our favorite part of this night, the night that
who do you think the Raiders are going to get next? I have no idea. I don't really know about projecting down because there's so many, like the people that have fallen. There could be more red flags than we know about. The people that are further down the board, the grades are going to vary a lot more now. Injuries, how he falls out of the first round. What about the Patriots? I like the pick.
To be joined now by Nick Saban. And Nick, through the years, you've been able to share your perspective of guys you had to coach against. Like
Browns go Sanders.
A year ago with LSU. And now
I mean, if they pass on him at 2, do they take him? And they passed on him twice. So if they pass on him twice, are they going to take? Imagine they pass on him twice again, 2 early second-round picks. That would be something.
Translates in the National Football League.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think
but
on the circuit. I think the Titans need
I'm a Chiefs fan. What do you think about our pick? I think we should have taken Will Johnson. No. Offensive line, offensive line, offensive line, offensive line. I disagree. Respectfully. I think offensive line all day.
Consistently on time from the platform.
know when to scramble, when not to scramble. But I think this guy's going to be a really good NFL player, and I think it's a great start for the Titans.
That's an interesting comparison and point you make, Nick, because I think about Caleb Williams, right, with USC. He made so many incredible off-schedule, off-platform plays, but it's a hell of a lot easier to do that on Saturday than it is on Sunday. How much is that something you just have to really learn to rein that in? Because those plays, many of them won't translate to the next level, will they?
I don't think so at all. You know, the game speeds up. It's so much faster. It's so much more physical. You really have to learn as a quarterback to throw the ball on time, read, get the ball out of your hand, throw it on platform, and have a good sense of when you can scramble and when you can't. And I think this guy has a pretty good feel for that. He can run if he needs to.
Skill position's only the first round. I don't know. I want Will Johnson. Will Johnson not get drafted. Giants. I mean, until they're good, you have to say they're bad. Well, what do you think of the Chiefs pick? I like it. Bills pick. Fine. They need a corner. They need someone who can cover. You saw that against the Chiefs in the playoffs last year. And he's the fastest player in the draft. So I don't mind it.
But I think Matthew Golden going to the
so if anyone is in here still, I know the draft is wrapping up, day one's wrapping up. If you want to go check out our YouTube channel, Thickman Inc. with 2 C's, not a K on YouTube. We're approaching, where are we at? 14,173 subscribers over there. I appreciate everyone that has followed our TikTok today. We have 1,000 new followers here. Appreciate that. Jackson Dart drafted by the Giants. Who do you think the Texans should have? Texans train their pick is fine. There wasn't there wasn't anyone interior offensive line left, so I think that's fine. Great pick for the Colts. I love Tyler Warren, so I agree. Do you like the Broncos pick? Yes. I've had the same team asked like 12 times. Thoughts on the Bucks pick? Do you like the Bills pick? I'm indifferent on the Bills pick. I mean, you get if he works out, he works out. They need a corner, so. I like Abdul Carter a lot. Jackson Dart, we have to see. As long as it wasn't quarterback third and it was a trade up or second, I was going to be okay with it. Jaguars? No, I love Travis Hunter on the Jags. I love that fit. I think that's great. Thoughts on Bengals not taking Mike Green? Well, they clearly value the type of edge rusher that Shamar Stewart is more, and maybe they valued his ability to stop the run, and being 6'6", 267, that athleticism. Please follow me. I want to be your supporter. I don't know who you are.
Positivity, a very painful laser, a little bit of crying, and bam, Pete's tattoo free. So when Verizon announced,
oh, yep, definitely not following that account.
Any plan guaranteed,
Thoughts on the Commanders not taking Will Johnson? How do you feel about the Falcons picks? I like the Falcons fully committing to get a better pass rush. You can't hate on them. Ravens, I like them getting safety. The safety that they got, who happens to also be very good. NFL, we need better defense. All right, we don't need this. Store's going to go. I don't know. I mean, at this point, round two is 6 p.m. tomorrow, 6 or 7 p.m. tomorrow. Exact. How do the Eagles keep getting away with this? Where will Keith Cunningham, cornerback, get drafted? I don't know. Saints can never do anything right. You got that right. Oh, no, I'm lying. What? I'm just reading that and agreeing. No, I like the Saints pick. They needed literally everything. So getting offensive tackle, I don't see how you can be mad at that. Connerly to the Commanders I like. I don't think that. Why would you think the Bengals, unless if you just really think the pass rush upside is not there, then I guess. But the athleticism, the size, the ability to stop the run, I think it's fine. Mike Evans getting old. Well, it's more so, it's also he's a slot receiver. It gives him just another receiver in the receiver room who's talented. And he kind of fits, right? So, I mean, you know, I don't think that's that bad. I mean, Eagles fans want to know about the pick. They got the best player available. What else? I mean, what else is there to say? I think the Texans, Vikings pick, Falcons. Vikings. I like that they're supporting JJ McCarthy, although I was a little surprised they didn't go someone in the secondary, like Malachi Starks. We need to see the Bills actually hit on a first-round corner for once. Yes, Stark got drafted. Golden. Didn't Golden get picked? Oh, no, I got picked to pick off. I mean, I thought that's where they were going to go, but I don't hate them picking Amari and Hampton to have a two-headed monster, and he's healthier, better than JK, better than Najee, and kind of thunder and lightning between him and Najee. What do I think happens to Sanders? I just think people didn't actually view him as good as the media was hyping him up to be. I think that's what happened there. Thoughts on Chiefs Jag picks? I mean, Travis Hunter, good. Chiefs got offensive tackle, good. Sanders to Saints, maybe. Think Raiders are strictly name value? The hype? I think the insane amount of hype and people that were kind of, you know, shielding him from criticism was name value. Do I think he's bad? No. On 4 Ohio State players getting drafted. I mean, they just won a national championship, so it's not surprising from that standpoint. Was it 4 or 3? I thought it was... I think it's just 3, isn't it? Oh, no. No, it is 4. I mean, Tyleik Williams is a bit of a surprise. But good for them. Yeah, if I'm the Colts, you're happy. Now you just gotta hope that Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, one of them finds a way to figure it out, right? Falcons won the draft. They had a very nice draft. Now we have to see if James Pierce actually pans out. Jalen Walker, can he develop as an edge rusher? What do we think about the Commanders pick? Solid pick. Weirdest draft? I thought it was a very fun draft. I don't know if it was the weirdest draft. I mean, it's not hard to mess up picking Ashton Genty, is what I would say. What do you think about the Broncos? I've given my opinion on the Broncos pick like 12 times. Eagles. I mean, Eagles fans, you just get the best player every year because you're so loaded. Eagles pick. Good for them. Ravens. I mean, you got one of the better safeties. Broncos. I mean, getting like I said multiple times about the Broncos, getting a slot corner that you know, you don't need to play him on the outside because you have Surtain, who just won Defensive Player of the Year. Rams didn't pick. Titans, they picked Cam Ward. Good for you. Falcons, we like the Falcons pick. Bears pick. I like them. I trust Ben Johnson in his tight end evaluation. Will Johnson. The world may never know where he goes. Seahawks. Which one did they get? Well, I think Tyler Booker is the best interior offensive lineman, and just because the Cowboys drafted them, I'm going to go off that. Giants grade. I don't know. I'm going to have to give it a C plus, B minus, B minus, B minus to C plus probably. Abdul Carter, A+. Jackson Dart in the first round. A little aggressive. Third string quarterback for you next year. I mean, the trade for the Rams is fine. And just acquiring more picks, more darts at the dartboard. D-. Jackson Dart hater. New Orleans is gone forever, be horrible. Probably. But if you think that's because they didn't draft Shedeur, I just think, oh, I'm getting tired. Man, we still have 779 people in here. Should we stream day 2 tomorrow? Or not? I don't know if we do all of day 2. Maybe the second round. I don't know how many people actually show up. Not as much, nearly as much hype for day 2. Shedeur did not get picked. Preston's still here? What is that little heart? Member level? Did you become a member? Jesus Christ. More roses. Preston, do you know do you know Daniel from Prolific? Was he there when you were there? I don't know if he was there when you were there. He works at the front desk. I don't remember. Oh. Well, he was on that balloon popping dating show. Which is crazy. Think about Shedeur not getting picked. Not surprised. How do you know that Thor Sanders is going to be a second round pick? I wonder if my video, that's an old video. Let me see if that's popping off on Instagram, because I made a video about him falling. And of course it's not getting views now. Or, I mean, it kind of was. I should just tell everybody I was right. They were wrong. But what do you think about Matt Golden? I like him. I think he did a lot at Texas and kind of, I mean, Quinn Ewers was on the ball. Not a big fan of Quinn Ewers. So I like that. I think it's a good pick. Lions pick is interesting, but you just got to trust Brad Holmes. Browns. I think you give the Browns like a 7, 8 maybe. Oh, there's that light goes. What did I press? Level 5 member. What? I don't know what member means. That's not a subscription, is it? I don't know how that works. I don't know how TikTok works. You're the number one viewer on the live metrics. Then there's Kyler. Diamonds, gifters. Oh, yeah, no, it's just from gifting. Okay. Interacting. Oh, yeah, it's from, okay. Yeah, Kyler number 2, Preston number 1, Pierce William. I don't know how to read all. Ooh, wow. Appreciate everyone that has liked and gifted. 224,000. Send you $50. I'll buy you lunch. Shedeur did not get picked. In high school, now I'm carrying the chat. Can't believe Jackson Dart got taken. I believe it. Sanders in the Insta video. I said he was going to fall to the second round, and that's exactly what happened. Golden going to be golden. Yep. Panthers. To remind myself, my brain is fried. Been 4 hours talking. Ted McMillan, I like it. Isaiah did not like it. I like it because it gives them another, hopefully, elite receiver to throw to. Browns, I think it's cool. Got Mason Graham, elite defensive player. Traded back. Have 2 picks in the top of the second. Do you want a quarterback? Do you still get Shador? Potentially. All right. Well. All right. Of the people here, there's 900 people here apparently. I don't know how many are actually in the chat, but who would tune in if we do the second round tomorrow? At the minimum. Milrow? I don't know. I like Milrow. I think he's got a lot of talent. It'd be second or third. Hopefully, day 2 potentially. Appreciate all the yes. We may stream. I wasn't planning on it because I didn't think the stream was going to go that well. But if we even got 10% of what we did today, that'd be sick. Bengals pick. I mean, you're drafting for athletic upside, right? So if you can develop him as a pass rusher, then you're chilling. If not, not so chilling. Jackson Dart, we'll just have to see. Panthers, I like that they got McMillan. Packers, Matthew Golden, you got a speedy receiver. I like the receivers they had last year. Didn't pan out last year. So hopefully you can step in and elevate them. Why do you think the Bears pick is horrible? An elite tight end, hopefully. And Ben Johnson clearly knows what he's doing. Or I'm going to trust Ben Johnson, is what I should say. Falcons, I like that they added 2 edge rushers. Defense was horrible last year, and now they got 2 high-end ones, hopefully. I mean, the Eagles drafted an elite off-ball linebacker, and they just won the Super Bowl. What else do you want? How do you feel about the Packers pick? I like that they added a receiver. Or, I mean, it's kind of adding another cook to the kitchen because they have so many. But, Christian Watson, not healthy. Dontavian Wicks, disappointing. Romeo Dobbs. Jaden Reed's really the only high-end one. Did the Chiefs pick yet? I just woke up from a nap. The draft's over. They drafted Josh Simmons. Falcons won the first round. I don't know if anyone really won the first round. Cardinals, what would they get? Walter Nolan? I mean, it makes sense. Defensive tackle. Building up that interior. Beefing up the defensive line. Defensive head coach. I like Miller's talent. I think he needs time to develop. Yes, the picks are done. Giants won the first round. Well, yeah, you have to see. You got to wait 3 years to see if Jackson Dart's any good. I'd imagine he's going to start next year considering 1 and 2 year contracts. I mean, everyone likes Travis Hunter. Saints thoughts. I like that they built offensive lineup. We're lacking severely in offense. No point in bringing in more defense. I don't necessarily agree. K. Ham and Mount. I love the pairing for the Ravens. I don't know where Miller's going to end up. I mean, there's no way to know. Milrow and Shiloh. All right, guys. Well, I am going to be tuning out. We might live stream tomorrow. I appreciate everyone that has showed up. If you're one of the 700 people still here, go check out our YouTube channel, Thickman Inc. Give us another follow. 1,100 new followers. Really appreciate it. The 39 people that have gifted, really appreciate it. 224,000 people that have liked the stream. Appreciate you as well. I need some sleep. So appreciate it. 715 viewers. Thank you. Likes, follows. Appreciate everything. Look out for our draft content that will be posted on TikTok. The videos, like I said, potentially may live stream tomorrow. And yeah. See you guys next video, live stream, podcast. Appreciate you guys. I don't think the Steelers sold, by the way. Bye.